Honorable members, at the break, we were debating the move for select committee to be at the appointment of a select committee. I presume we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, it is my privilege to rise in this House on the good graces of the people of Freetown. Madam Speaker, before I begin to touch the meat of the resolution, as is said a lot of times in the Bahamas, I would be remiss if I didn't wonder what was the cause or justification for all of the noise when we were last here in this place. When we were last here in this place, the leader of government business in the House announced that the House was being set for this day for the opposition to have the entire day. And we had the spectacle of the standing and the chanting because they didn't want to wait for 12 days for today.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Markham City.
Madam Speaker, we saw on yesterday a press release by the Office of the Prime Minister indicating essentially what the member is now alluding to, a different day than the day that is designated by the rules of the House. So we are expecting every Wednesday, the second Wednesday of every month, that we will have question and answer day. So this is not a courtesy being extended to us. We're not grateful for the day being extended. It is our entitlement as the opposition. And so what the member is saying, it doesn't carry any water.
Thank you, Honorable. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum, Kings, and Salvador.
Do not misinterpret the rules. There's no entitlement. There's no entitlement.
There was, you would have done it
Right?
time.
There's no entitlement. What the rule says, right, that you, unless the House determines otherwise, the House shall proceed. Let me read it for you so you could understand it, so you could disabuse your mind of any thought, disabuse your mind of any thought, disabuse of any mind that you have an entitlement. There's no such entitlement. So, Madam Speaker, might I read the rules so that we can understand what the rule says? And let's invite the member. This is about asking the member to appreciate what the rule is. Appreciate what the rule is. The rule says, unless the House determines otherwise, the House shall proceed to following business on the second Wednesday on each month. So the House could determine not to have it. And will be within the rules. There's no entitlement. It's at the discretion of Parliament. Right?
No,
That's what. I'm reading the rules. I'm reading the rules. If the rules is moving it, that's what it is, right? And let me just say, and you know, Madam Speaker, let me read it again.
Read again.
Slowly.
Unless the House determines otherwise, the House shall proceed to the following business on the second Wednesday in each month, provided the House is sitting during that month. And it reads and it goes down and it adds questions. Right now, Madam Speaker,
They determined otherwise for 5 years.
for 4 years they were in there. They determined. In fact, they never put it to the Parliament. But they very arbitrarily, without seeking Parliament's permission, the House permission, disabuse it. What Wednesday, what second Wednesday in any month during the time that you sat in cabinet that we were allowed to ask questions?
Yes, today was a
Name one. Right? And now, no, Mr. No. But we are different. We know that, right? So, Mr. Speaker.
Members, there are two members. Come on. There are two members.
I'm ducking nothing. We are different.
We've done it.
Right, we are different. We will be transparent and we will be accountable. We are transparent. He sat for 4 years with the government. I did not answer one question that was on it. And then he has the audacity to speak to it, right? But an entitlement. There's no such entitlement.
Me alone.
In fact, there has never been a question asked that I can remember vividly that I never answered. It's not true that I didn't answer the question.
Collective responsibility.
Listen, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
I did my job.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, it is the fact.
You'll never do your job.
The fact, whether or not it's easily verifiable.
It's true.
It's easily verifiable.
Not once.
Easily verifiable.
Okay, we done it. We did
Go
it.
and get the results and lay
Thank you,
We had question day.
Go and
Freetown, you may
Because we're
continue.
different from y'all.
Honorable member.
You're right, you could get cut on both sides and still smile.
Madam Speaker,
Both sides and still smile.
Madam Speaker, and that is one of the least controversial things I have to say.
You can give, but you can't take. You can give, but you can't take. Carry on smartly. Carry on smartly.
Madam Speaker, I asked a question, and the member for Marco City answered it in a way. He said they were carrying on like that because they thought they had a right to, an entitlement to. I set aside whether the member for Marco City is correct or whether the member Philip Edward Brave Davis King's Council MP is correct on the interpretation of that rule, but it does not matter for my purposes, Madam Speaker, because even if he is right, what he is saying is you misbehave, you carry on bad, exactly what we see in the street
With no regret.
mirrored here.
With no regret.
So at the end of the day, unfortunately, most of the young people who are doing the same thing also have no regrets. That is a regrettable thing to fall from somebody who aspires to be prime minister, but it has fallen from him, and we take it as it is. Now, Madam Speaker, this also comes because it was announced what would happen on the 20th by the member for West End and Bimini. But Madam Speaker, notwithstanding that, still that happened. And we are to believe that their spirit will be conciliatory in this select committee. That's what we were told, but be that as it may. Madam Speaker, some words to begin this direct contribution. And they're from a young person. I think he is younger than I am. He's certainly more famous than I am. And this is what he says in a popular song that will date me. He says, "Tomorrow, people, where is your past? Tomorrow, people, how long will you last?" And the most important thing he says is, if you don't know your past, you don't know your future. I choose to start with that, Madam Speaker, because I have heard the Bahamian people are tired of the same thing from successive administrations over the last 40 years. That is a statement that misapprehends our past. And I want to put it to bed very quickly, because on this question, we are radically different, and our actions have been radically different. Why do I say that? This is a question about sovereignty. You don't get sovereignty unless you're independent. On the question of independence, 50 years ago, we were not the same. This side was for independence, that side was not. And that's the bottom line to it. And so the reality of it, Madam Speaker, they may not like it. They may not like it. But when one talks about philosophy of parties, Madam Speaker, either you have a philosophy or you don't. This side has been consistent. We are for independence, we are for sovereignty, and I'm going to talk about some other things that show the difference. But Madam Speaker, we start with that. We are Bahamians because of this. Before this, when I was born, 54, soon to be 55 years ago, I was not a Bahamian because there was no such country. It wasn't until Her Majesty in Council in the UK, and I invite all Bahamians to look at these things before they wax lyrical. There is no independence document in this Parliament. So at the end of the day, and we were called Caribbean and North Atlantic territories. It's in our Constitution, which was laid by Her Majesty in Council. And our precious Constitution is a schedule to that order. And this is what we on this side, our forebears, fought for. That's the reality. So let's go back 50 years. We were not doing the same thing. Well, let's come a little forward. Because, you know, they may say we want to stay in the past because, you know, they don't track very good in matters of history. But what happened next? And everybody quotes Sir Lyndon. If you're not willing to fight for this country, you shouldn't have it. Everybody runs on with that. But when Sir Lyndon and our forebearers determined that we have sovereignty now because we asked for it, that we need to protect it and we needed a force to do so, and the Defense Act was on the table, and to be clear to the Bahamian people what the Defense Act was, because it wasn't Pinlin or Hannah's little army. Section 4 of the Defense Act says, the Defense Force shall be charged with, A, the first thing, defense of the Bahamas. 2, the second thing, the protection of the territorial integrity of the Bahamas. 3, the patrol of the waters of the Bahamas. 4, general assistance and relief in times of disaster. 5, the maintenance of order in the Bahamas in conjunction with the law enforcement agencies of the Bahamas. And finally, with such other duties as may from time to time be determined by the Security Council. In 1979, when that was passed, it would commence the 31st of March, 1980. I remember 79 very fondly. I could do a lot of things I can't do today. But that's a little while back, so it's not 50 years ago, if you want to come forward a bit. But even on that issue, we on this side supported it, and it was opposed by those in opposition at the time.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Bahamas.
No, but sorry to interrupt the member. A few minutes ago, the member was talking about who supported who supported independence, right? If you check the signatories, of the Constitution, they were members of the Free National Movement as well. You know what I mean? No, but I'm saying, so Arthur Folks was a signatory, right? So Arthur Folks, listen, hold on. Let's not play cute with them. Hold on. No, hold on. He has said that this side opposite, that's what he said. This side opposite is the Free National Movement. This side opposite is the Free National Movement. So Arthur Folks, right? Kendall Isaacs. come on, man. Come on. If you're going to be, hold on. If we're going to be honest, let's be honest. Let's be honest. But you said the side opposite. He said the side opposite. That's all I'm saying, And the honorable, but put it in context, right? He could say that members of the Free National Movement supported independence. No, hold on. So
recognizes the honorable member.
Go ahead, PM.
For Cat Island Rumkins in Salvador.
Nobody said no what's up.
See, the magnanimity of the then leaders and founders of this country, having gotten the voice of the people to agree, contrary to the view of those on the opposite side, the FNM. By landslide, they agreed that we'll have independence. Right. Then came the negotiations for the Constitution and other things. Right? Their magnanimity invited them to become a part, so their voice as the opposition could be heard. Now, by that time, they were defeated. They realized that it was fiat accompli. And so they participated, quite rightly, so, in shaping the Constitution of the Bahamas.
In the Constitution.
Right? Well, that's after the fact.
All I'm saying is, I thank the member, thank the Prime Minister. Thank you for the historical context. The point is, if you are in opposition, you can't simply say that the Free National Movement was in opposition to when we have put. Don't try that. This is the problem. I think it's intellectually dishonest to say that, right? Because he said the members opposite.
Honorable member, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to see that both ministers for education are here with us to see the need so that young people may know that the 72 election was about independence now or independence but not now. I happen to have gotten it in my education, but clearly there appears to have been some slip between the cup and the mouth for some people. But 1972's election was about independence now and independence but not now. And the side opposite, not those members, because I think none of them would have been of age. A lot of them are younger than me, and I wasn't of age then. I was 5 years old. So I wouldn't have been of age to have opposed anything. But that side opposite, their political heritage is that the party that they're members of opposed independence in the 72 election. That's just what it is. It is what it is. Just as in 1979, chiding Pinlin and Hanna about wanting their own private army, they opposed the creation of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. That is what it is. That is their political heritage. So when I hear people say that you've done the same thing for 40 years, that's nonsense. Now someone is going to come after me and explain how the Commercial Enterprises Act having been repealed when the UBP had it, having been repealed by the PLP, was introduced, and I think some of those on that side were there for that.
Yes.
They were there for that. That happened, I believe,
2017, December.
in the last administration.
December 2017.
But I won't be dealing with that, Madam Speaker. Somebody else may deal with that. Next in line, Madam Speaker. Having birthed this institution called the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, it ran. I've read to the Bahamian people what its missions are. Well, you know, you could have a mission to do anything, but if you don't have the resources, your success at doing it will be affected. So one only needs now to look at how the body created to defend the Bahamas, to patrol our territorial waters, and to maintain our sovereignty is treated before we say that successive administrations have done the same thing, because it isn't true. You know, Madam Speaker, when we started, it's self-evident, resources are finite. And just to show you what the public should know, what was asked by the other side in questions that were answered was, number 2, to Minister Fred Mitchell, will the government indicate if it aligns with related budgetary allocation for the current fiscal year? They are concerned that money is limited. When you budget money, you should stick to those budgeted allocations. They asked quite a number of questions about it. They are so sticklers, they want your forecast to be exactly like your budget as well. And so time is finite. No one has time in this body. Resources are finite. That's the reality. So when you judge who does what, you take that into account. It cannot be disputed that the PLP builds up the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the side opposite permits it to languish. The single largest investment to increase the capacity of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force was the Sandy Bottom project, when my colleague from Carmichael would have been intimately involved with that. And that's why he knows the capacity of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Because for the people of the Bahamas' edification, that is when we got the fleet that we have. On top of that, the 2 Bahama-class vessels, the HMBS Bahamas and HMBS Nassau, that were ordered and purchased by the FNM, were so much in need of refit that they had to be completely refit, and that was also done under the Sandy Bottom project. $80 million was spent for dredging these same outposts that Marco City asked about how robust are them. $80 million was spent by this side to dredge the harbors, install quay walls at Coral Harbor, at Matthew Town, and at my hometown, Gun Point, Ragged Island. We did that. We thought it was important for that to be done. There was then the construction of the Operation Command Center building at Coral Harbor for close to $2.5 million, and the fully allocated and spent amount was $234,377,506. That is what happened in 2014 to 2017. And you see, what upsets me about this, you do the same thing for 40 years, is it ain't true. Because when this side left government, precious little was done. So that at HMBS Gunpoint, they still in trailers. They're in a hurricane zone. but the barracks are trailers at HMBS gunpoint today as we speak. Today as we speak. The one thing that the side opposite can know and should know very well, we don't tarry like they can. There are buildings to be built to build out HMBS gunpoint, and like they always say, we are fixing that as well. So it doesn't matter with all of this quote of this. Their entire administration did nothing about that. We are fixing that. The public can expect to see that not only will HMBS gunpoint be built out, but you also have what is happening at HMBS Matthewtown. And the Office of the Prime Minister has already indicated that the additional land necessary to expand that base will be granted. We ain't talking, we acting. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we hope very shortly, and I'm grateful for the Minister, for the member for West End and Bimini for having shown the men of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force possible sites for a permanent base in Grand Bahama, which we hope to action soon, as well as the base in Bimini. We are serious about guarding our heritage. It has not been business the same for 40 years. It's been, we've acted, they have stopped or reversed and canceled what we've done, and then we have to come back and restart. The public needs to know that that is what happens. And least people think I'm being petty. One just needs to look at the Shantytown issue very quickly, because it's being said that it's business as usual on that. Well, I've read the papers about what the side opposite did, and I've read, and I was present for the communication by the member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, and it's completely different. The public needs to know that the injunction was granted in 2018, and in the decision setting it aside, just to show you how important it was to the other side, the public is invited to go on the site of the Bahamas Supreme Court, and you will see that the first hearing date is the 28th of April. Guess which year? 2021. 7 months before the general election was the first time that they reappeared in this application as listed by the judge. And then 2 days later in April, and then on the 21st of May, 2021, and then never no more that year. Praise the Lord, they were voted out in September. And then after September, the first application by this administration on coming to office was made on the 23rd of November, 2021. And the dates then are given. And so one can see quite clearly it has not been business as usual for 40 years. We are different, as Exuma and Ragged Island keep saying. And we are very proud of that difference. And so, Madam Speaker, one must be plain with the Bahamian people. It has not been business as usual. We are not the same. We act differently and substantially differently. Now, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, to be quite clear, acts very aggressively. And the only thing that limits them is the response of the policymakers in government. They have a maritime security strategy, which one is intelligence-driven. I receive reports as to briefings by the Prime Minister, and he can attest. They have a clear idea of what is moving here, when it is expected, intelligence-driven. They run joint maritime interdiction operations, firstly with the Royal Bahamas Police Force that has maritime assets here, the Cuban Border Patrol, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the officials from Turks and Caicos Islands. Their strategy is to decentralize, to put themselves in the theater of operations. They are seeking to decentralize to gunpoint, from which they will run aerial surveillance missions. Inagua, where they are now, Grand Bahama, and Bimini. Their aim, their strategy is to achieve maximum domain awareness, which is basically to know who is moving where and when, by decentralizing to exercise maximum domain control, and then by their overlapping aerial and marine patrols to control this territory fully and realize the Pinlin Hannah, if they say this was their private army, the Pinlin Hannah dream of a Royal Bahamas Defense Force discharging the mandates in Section 4 of the Defense Act. Madam Speaker, there's been much talk about this subject matter. In the last part of this contribution, I want to address frontally the question of support or otherwise for this select committee. I began by saying the time is finite. Members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Defense Force, and Immigration do not have unlimited time. We do not have unlimited manpower. We are building back from where they left us. So at the end of the day, we, the people of this country, we, it's not French. You don't speak for them either. We, this country, time is finite. The other side seems to think we have unlimited time. I have recorded in the contribution of the member for Marco City, we came here with an undefined scope for the select committee, very broad. I have noted 14 very serious and involved terms of reference. 14 in all. So time is finite. The time of our officers is finite. The manpower available is finite. The resources available are finite. The question fundamentally is this. We talk about urgency and the need for action. The Prime Minister in his national address set out that the national immigration policy is on OPM's website. We invite the public to view it and everyone to view it, and we invite participation and feedback on it. So the choice is this. For instance, it is said that we must examine the Sandy Bottom project and how it is being deployed. Unless we intend for that to affect the outcome, that would affect what you can do while you examine it. So I would say, Madam Speaker, that we have a choice to sit down in a select committee that has no terms of reference as to time for reporting. I heard all kind of stuff said about the terms of reference. One of the terms of reference for everything you do, certainly in this administration, everything that I've been set to do has a time for reporting, a time for action. No proposed time for reporting of this select committee. I trust that it'll be remedied before we get to vote and we come to vote. But the choice is between a select committee that on the part of the person proposing it will consume a lot of time, resources, of Defense Force personnel who could be doing other things, of immigration officials who could be doing other things. The proposition is to consume the time, because unless they're going to do away with the right to call any of these people before them, when the officer in charge of HMPS gunpoint is up here or in a meeting, he can't be working at the mission that he is assigned. We don't seem to grasp all the time that time is precious. And the Bible teaches us that time is precious. And so when you do these things, the question is, do we commit to a 14, and I may have missed some, 14-point terms of reference, no time for reporting given, select committee, or do we take up the invitation extended by the Prime Minister that we put out there exactly what we intend to do? If you want to critique it, you can critique it. If you want to have your say, you can have your say. If you want to define what you think a Bahamian is, you can do that. You could define, tell the cows come home, but this little booklet that Her Majesty annexed our Constitution to the Order in Council to tells you what it is. I'm happy to report, so that it's clear, that in cooperation with our Canadian, American, TCI, and Cuban partners, only one vessel made landfall on an inhabited island. So the problem that we have to define is this, and this is where it borders on xenophobia and racism. What we have to define is this. There's this view that there are all kinds of people in here. Well, the question is, when did they come here? Because depending on when they came here, Elizabeth Regina, in an order in council annexing our Constitution, made it clear that some of their offspring, we have no ability to determine whether they're Bahamian or not. Unlike Haiti, we did not win our independence. It was given to us by agreement. And what we agreed to was the terms of the Constitution. Firstly, everyone who was born in the colony before 73 was a citizen, regardless of where you came from. And history will teach some of us that at one point, Francophones, Creoles were more abundant in this colony than free black slaves. And they and all of their descendants, according to the Constitution, became Bahamians. So let us be frank with the people. People can become outraged when they are fed facts. Coward feed people false facts. Brave leaders step forward, give the people the facts, and submit themselves to judgment on that. It's coincidental, Brave. It's coincidental, but it's true. And so the time has come in this debate for honesty. Stop fooling the Bahamian people. We have only one unfettered right, and that's the right found in Article 18, the right against slavery and forced labor. All other rights are subject to exception, all.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on this motion by our great leader Michael Pintard for the appointment of a select committee. For the appointment of a select committee on immigration and the matters that he addressed. I've just heard my former boss, Wayne Monroe, gentleman from Freetown, talk about time. Time is precious, and we must value the time of members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Madam Speaker, if you look in the rule book, our rules of procedure, there's 7 pages dedicated to debate. Now, if you ask me as a young parliamentarian, the only productive thing we do as parliamentarians is come into this House debate. But there are 8 pages, Madam Speaker, dedicated to select committees and the role of select committees and the powers of select committees. 8 is greater than 7, Madam Speaker. There is a far greater task that we as parliamentarians have when we've been elected to this office than simply debating. And why, Madam Speaker, we have not been doing this as a matter of greater habit is surprising to me. But a year and 2 months in, I'm still in the surprise stage. But I'm not, Madam Speaker, in the accepting stage. And I don't think that, as the Prime Minister has commented to members of the public today, he is not in the accepting stage either. He is not, Madam Speaker, in the stage of accepting what he described as a practice of avoiding question time. He actually went, Madam Speaker, in a press release and said the following about the importance of the opposition. He said, Madam Speaker, the Davis administration recognizes the important role of the opposition in promoting transparency and accountability. By giving the opposition the ability to bring significant topics to the forefront of legislative debate, we uphold the democratic values and appreciate the opposition's role in parliamentary democracy. Now, Madam Speaker, if this is in fact the position of the Davis administration, there should be no objection from any one of the members on the opposite side today to the appointment of the proposed select committee. Now, I know there's some uncertainty raised about how long it's going to take. That can all be determined. That can even be extended according to the rules, Madam Speaker. I know that there's an issue, well, we can't be calling people to report to Parliament because they have better things to do. Well, we in Parliament have better things to do, and that is work when we're on the people's time. Half of our responsibility is to address legislation. The other half of our responsibility is to address how that legislation and how the policies we have in our respective ministries is being felt by members of the public. Now, Madam Speaker, if you look at Rule 19.4, this is under the subheading, the House Rules and Business Committee. By 19.4, the committee shall be responsible for assigning the oversight of government ministries and departments to the relevant joint and standing committee. That means every ministry, Madam Speaker, should have a committee assigned to it. It's not just a point where I think has become the practice. You get elected, you look back in 5 years and determine where you are. The practice, Madam Speaker, according to our rules, is that you have a governing side, you have an opposition side, Madam Speaker, and you have members from each governing side reflectively represented in the committees. Each committee is to look at a ministry. It shouldn't even be a question of why are we doing this. We should have already been doing this over a year ago, Madam Speaker. We're actually a year behind in having a committee look into the Ministry of Immigration and the matters related thereto in the public interest. It's not to hold the member for Carmichael and his ministry accountable, Madam Speaker. It's for the people to hold us accountable to them. Madam Speaker, there's so many things that have been raised by our leader, and recognized. I think it's undeniable that the public is now interested in several factors, several aspects of the immigration problem in the Bahamas. To ignore the people's interests, Madam Speaker, and not support the Select Committee is turning our back on the people. We may have an established practice of putting things as we want them to be, as we think best, as our caucus, as our party determines they should be, but that's not how Parliament should be operating. The Parliament should have a Select Committee looking into things in the public's interest. Not only matters that we're dealing with today, but matters that could impact the policy decisions we make down the road. There are members of the public with expertise beyond the experience and expertise of members of this honorable House of Assembly. How are we, as members of Parliament, listening to them? How are we letting them participate? How are we, as the People's Parliament, letting the people participate in Parliament? Again, a select committee gives certain powers, Madam Speaker, and a select committee can call witnesses that have experience in the areas that the committee is investigating. A select committee can actually even have members of the public come to the committee and give information to them that might set the trajectory of that select committee going forward. So while you see a number of categories listed by the honorable member from Marcos City, there's good reason for that, Madam Speaker, because there are several items that are of extreme importance to the people of the Bahamas. We just had CARICOM here the other day, so obviously our government is willing to listen to foreign government heads. But how is the Bahamas government willing to listen to Bahamians? You can do it through these select committees, Madam Speaker. It's not an opposition committee, Madam Speaker. It's a committee made up of both sides of the House. And most committees I sit on right now, because the government, the Davis-Cooper administration, has a majority of the House, the majority of members of any particular committee are from the Davis-Cooper administration. So there's nothing for them to be concerned with, Madam Speaker, in approving a select committee. Outside of pressing issues, you can have select committees on transportation issues. You can examine reasons that there could be changes in policy going forward. You can have committees that are of national interest on green energy. These are things that parliamentarians can be doing, Madam Speaker, on days and at times that they're not sitting in this honorable House of Assembly. It's not something creative. It's been created a long time ago, and I know this, Madam Speaker, because when I look at the back of this rule book, I see people like Tennyson Wells, like Nico Grant, Frank Smith, Pleasant Bridgewater. I see people like the Honorable Frederick Mitchell, who I think a number of years ago, maybe as far back as 91 or 97, came up with these rules from 2005, Madam Speaker. So these select committees are well set out in our rule book, which governs our time in the House of Parliament. To deny the appointment of a select committee on matters relating to immigration, which is probably the greatest national issue now, would be short-sighted, Madam Speaker. And there's no reason anyone should be concerned about a select committee being appointed. It'll be governed by both sides of the House. The majority, as I said, is likely to come from the Davis-Cooper administration side. What we do in those committees will ultimately be determined by a majority. The report comes from the chairman of those committees to Madam Speaker for consideration before the House. The information and the evidence collected, Madam Speaker, is under the decision and majority choice of the chairman of those committees. But, Madam Speaker, what we can't do is sit here in Parliament and turn our backs on the issues that are before the Bahamian people. And the biggest issue, as I said right now, Madam Speaker, is immigration. I strongly support the motion by the Leader of Opposition, the Member of Parliament from Marcos City, just as I strongly support the member for Carmichael in his ministerial post as Minister of Immigration. We're on different sides, but we have one problem now before us to address as members of this Bahamian Parliament on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So I'm going to support this motion today, and I ask all of the other members of this House to do the same. There's nothing to lose when we're doing the right thing for our Bahamian people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. rise in this great house with the honor of representing my good constituents in Central and South Albuquerque. One major issue on the minds of my constituents in particular, and many other Bahamians in the Bahamas over the past decade or more, is the issue of immigration. Illegal immigration, to be clear. Madam Speaker, illegal immigration has been an issue in Albuquerque and other parts of the Bahamas in areas of high commerce for many years now. But post-Hurricane Dorian, Albuquerque has experienced a wave of increased illegal immigration. With the destruction of two major Albuquerque shanty towns, known as the Mud and the Pigeon Peas, shantytown residents were scattered across Albuquerque, and a new shantytown to the north called the Farm has grown at a shocking rate, along with many small shantytowns scattered throughout Albuquerque, including my hometown of Albuquerque. Madam Speaker, when speaking on the Mud and Pigeon Peas, I am unclear whether the F&M representation in Central and South Albuquerque were blinded or did not bring to attention, but they were allowed to grow unchecked as their own countries within our country. When speaking of time, it was brought that the injunction was put in place in 2018. Hurricane Dorian, a little bit more than a year later. Nothing was done in that time. It was 3 years before they even tried to overturn that injunction. And it brings to mind, if there was the type of concentration and focus brought forth by these gentlemen now, then would hundreds and thousands of migrants been lost in that storm? Time is important. But immediately after the election, this Davis-led administration went to work on tackling the issue, starting with working on the reversal of a crippling injunction that prevented us from removing shantytown villages, despite them being built illegally on land that was not theirs. Madam Speaker, I am happy to say that this injunction has now been revoked and operations will commence on these illegally built structures when plans are cemented. I am adamant that any structure built without the proper procedure or approvals will not be allowed. These structures are unsanitary and are polluting our precious water tables. The water table in Albuquerque stretches the entire length of Great Albuquerque. If you pollute one section of it, the entire water table in Albuquerque is polluted. This is not only an effect of those residents in the shanty town, but it's an effect for all of my fellow Albuquerqueans. There are also health and safety concerns. We have building codes and regulations in place for safety and health of all of our citizens. We cannot allow persons to build without the proper procedures and approvals in place. We cannot sit back and allow children here illegally or legally to play amongst unsanitary and unsafe dwellings. Notably, the risk of sickness or viral outbreak is increased and can easily and viciously spread to our children in the schools. Hurricane Dorian shockingly and sadly showed us the dangers of these unsafe, poorly constructed shanty towns. Hurricane Dorian massacred untold amounts of residents. We may never know the total number of deaths, as a majority of them were undocumented. So time is an issue. if focus was made in 2018 to push forward, there may have been many lives not lost. Madam Speaker, as I have mentioned before in this great house, the Bahamas is a country of limited means, and the government cannot tackle this alone. We need the collaboration and cooperation between the government and my fellow Bahamians working together to tackle this issue. This administration will not be tolerant of any persons housing or employing illegal persons of any nationality. We must eliminate the reason for targeting our country. If illegal foreign nationals cannot find means of income, meaning jobs, they will not come. Please note, citizens can also report violations or breaches of immigration laws to the two hotlines. I'll share that on my page for my constituents. These hotlines are manned by the Department of Immigration, and there's also a website with the Contact Us tab. I encourage you all to report violations and assist and cooperate with the Department of Immigration on their efforts. Madam Speaker, employers in the Bahamas that hold working permits for any of their employees must also be reminded. They are only permitted to work on the job specifics that were approved for by the Ministry of Immigration. Because you hold papers for an employee does not mean that they are able to carry out labor other than what they are approved for. They are permitted to the agreement you made between your company and the Department of Immigration. These things I see firsthand, Madam Speaker. Abaco, people working, permits coming from Nassau, Grand Bahama, maybe another family island. Once they get a piece of paper in their hand, they go wherever they feel. That's not the agreement at hand. Also, they have to have proper housing. If you hold papers for a person or persons, it is your responsibility to ensure they are living in suitable accommodations and not in shanty towns, nor in tents in the bush. With current and upcoming operations, if persons with working papers are found to be residing in these shanty towns, they must be relocated at the employer's expense. I encourage all employers to address this now. Madam Speaker, we also have to be reminded that illegal immigrants are not of only Haitian descent. In Abaco, we have persons working illegally from superpowers or first world countries, often taking the highest paying jobs in the most lucrative positions that should be offered to Bahamians. We cannot address illegal immigration and only address one nationality. This goes for everyone here living and working without approved documentation. We cannot report one person while overlooking another. We cannot afford to pick and choose with discrimination. The laws are made for all and will be enforced for everyone. Madam Speaker, we want to promote that there is a correct way of entering, living, and working in the Commonwealth of Bahamas. Who wouldn't want to? Working in this great country, living here alongside my fellow Bahamians. Go through the proper channels and get the proper papers for the employment specified. We all must do our part in collaboration with the dedicated members of the Ministry of Immigration, the Royal Defense Force, and the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Let us work together for a better Bahamas for the future generations. Madam Speaker, this Davis Cooper administration, led by our Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, is committed to making the Bahamas for Bahamians. As stated last night in his national address, he has already taken certain steps in preventing and reducing the amount of illegal immigration in our country. He stood strong against the pressure to sign agreements that would burden our island nation. Serious pressure from serious larger countries. The Bahamas cannot take on further migrants, nor can we afford to stop deportations. This Davis Cooper administration has and will continue recruiting more defense force and immigration officers to handle this current influx. Madam Speaker, in Abaco, I will continue to work alongside and assist whenever possible. The Ministry of Immigration, Department of Immigration, Defense Force, and Police Force to tackle these issues. You may have noticed some initiatives have already started around Abaco, and they will continue. We will not be tolerant of those who aid in the construction of shanty towns, unlawfully leasing land, smuggling humans, and those employing migrants illegally. These laws will be enforced for all. Thanks to the efforts of the good minister for the Ministry of Immigration and Labor and our Defense Force, it has been a while since I've seen migrant boats come ashore in Abaco, and I commend them on their efforts. The great effort and good work being done to protect our southern territory has been felt nationwide, all the way up north to Abaco. I have personally been on the front lines of migrant boats washing ashore, many exploratory missions through the bushes with immigration officers before my days standing here in this great house. Before I was a member of parliament, I was a proactive citizen working in collaboration and cooperation with these agencies. One event that is imprinted on my mind for the rest of my life is the migrant vessel caught in rough seas off the coast of Abaco, which sank. I was one of the volunteer rescue workers who went out to rescue survivors and pulled the deceased from the waters. The memories of that event affected us all who were on scene and deeply hurt myself and others who responded. Such tragedy witnessed is not easily forgotten. This event is a mere example of the dire situation that is pushing human beings to take such risks, not only for themselves, but for the children and the most vulnerable. I commend the renewed international commitment to Haiti and resolving this issue affecting many in our Caribbean nations. International collaboration is needed to also combat and stem the problem from where it starts. Far too long has the focus been on containment, when the superpowers in this international community needs to step up and help that island nation regain stability throughout the country of Haiti. As CARICOM members, we are each other's brothers and sisters. And together, we want, and I pray, for a better way of life and prosperity in Haiti. Madam Speaker, I wish to add that we will carry out these missions humanely and responsibly. These departments have been working on plans in order to carry out exercise on this delicate issue. And it is delicate. We're speaking of human beings. We must be reminded that these are people like you and I, including women and children of all ages. But our Bahamas cannot support this migrant influx and must protect our borders in order to protect our lands for our future generations. I reiterate, There is a legal and proper way to enter our country. And I encourage anyone here in the Bahamas, not here through these proper channels and approvals, to leave and return only if you have gone through the lawful procedures. Madam Speaker, this issue at hand is something that I know first and foremost, being on the front line, seeing it throughout my life, seeing it blossom. But I also know the other side of it. The children of Haitian descent that are Bahamians are my friends, are upstanding citizens in our country that have businesses, that employ other Bahamians, that grow, that have children, that play with my children and other Bahamian children. We are one people. That triangle, that black triangle in our flag, that's the unity of the people. And truthfully, unless you're Lucayan or Arawak, we were all immigrants at one point. I'm 8th generation in one place and 9th generation in the next, and there were the founders there. But we were all immigrants at one point. However, the Bahamas borders and the security of the citizens today are first and foremost. We must protect this country for the future generations. Future generations are our greatest resource. Great Abaco and the Keys are in full support with this Davis administration, taking action to resolving these decades-long matter. Abaconians support enforcement of illegal immigration of all nationalities and look forward to this administration tackling this issue humanely and responsibly through good leadership. But time is something that we cannot get back, as the good member from Freetown so eloquently expressed. If time was on the minds of the opposition in 2018, would we have lost thousands in Hurricane Dorian? If the mud and the pigeon peas would have been focused on instead of going unchecked, would Dorian take in so many lives, Madam Speaker? This is that we as a nation cannot be burdened with more bureaucracy, more talk, and more politics. Action is being taken, and action is what is needed. Making the Bahamas for Bahamians is a priority of this administration. God bless my fellow Abaconians, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for us.
Madam Speaker, I hate to go back very quickly to the member for Freetown. The speaker, please. The member for Freetown, who continuously suggested and tried to diminish the role of the Free National Movement in the road to independence, Madam Speaker. I just wish to point out two very important things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker, for your, Madam Speaker, please, Madam Speaker. It was a part of his contribution. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, waiting for the opportune time. This is very important. On the road to independence, Madam Speaker, the member from Freetown and other members of the government have tried to suggest that the Free National Movement was not a vocal voice in support of it. But in truth, at that independent conference, there were matters emanating out of there that there were matters emanating that the PLP did not support. Madam Speaker, for example, and you would find this very interesting, right? The Progressive Liberal Party, the Free National Movement supported the full enshrinement of equality of women in the Constitution, but the Progressive Liberal Party did not. Also, yes, I'm not right, Prime Minister? Okay.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador.
No, that's what you're doing now, right? You're doing right now, right? In fact, right?
And the PLP.
In fact, no. See,
That's when I saw guns in Bahamas, right?
Look,
That's 72 election.
there are something, there's the French term, but I will not use it, right? But, you know, the papers, all the conversations that was had, in respect to each of the human rights issue, right? It's there in the archives. What I want you to do, as I asked you whether you, from my seat, I asked you whether you test what they WhatsApping you and thinking about, right? No. Well, someone told you that. Someone just told you that. I know, they tell me too, right? They tell me too. But as I saying, it is not yours. What I'm saying, see, you talk about the road to independence. What the member was speaking about is the fact that the FNM as a body and individually was saying no to independence. And their view is, not now. We ain't ready. That was their firm position. That's the point he was making now. And it was put to the electorate. And they were on the side, and the FNM was on the side, and they were arguing no to independence. That's the point he made. Now, after the people rejected the view of the FNM, right, and then the issue of the Constitutional Conference came up, right, it was only right for the opposition to have some say in shaping, I say now, not their way, have their say in the crafting of the Constitution. And in fact, you know, they left, Christmas is coming. They left before, they signed off and say, Celine, whatever you say, whatever you all say, be with it. And they came back home. That's all part of the record. See, now what you need to do, right? I mean, it's instructive, right? Because many who will be telling you things, it's going to be telling you it with some motive. And that motive will be maybe to embarrass the government or what to correct. No, listen, man. This politics. This politics. So just accept what I'm saying. That what they'll tell you is to either embarrass us and or to correct us or paint us in a way that we may not be telling the truth. And that's what you're trying to do now, right? So what I'm saying is that no, not you. I mean, that's what they will lead you to do. Right? So that's why I say to you. That's why I say to you. Right? That's why I say you always test. And it's, I mean, in fact, you should find, truthfully, you should find what they said to you interesting. Interesting, sufficiently interesting for you to go and access the information, look at all the preparatory papers to the final document, and as for our own edification, read them and say, boy, listen, if that is true, let me find this out. And then one day you come in here, you could even lay the document when you said, and no one on the side could question you. That's so, you know, and that's how you build yourself as well. See, as I said, every time someone tells you something, they telling you to correct us then. See, like you got up to correct the member from Freetown. And what you're correcting him about, it's not the issue he rose. You're correcting him about something that may have occurred, and may have occurred after in the discussion leading to forming the Constitution. That's not the issue. That was not the issue, man. See, that was not the issue. That's not the issue. So what? So now you see what? Now listen now. You see now that's why I say, Mr. Speaker. That's why I said. That's why I said that information that people give you is very often given to you to embarrass us or to make us. So the embarrassment here is now. You see, that we may not have. The issue of whether we support independence or not is not a real issue. But you all oppose gender equality. What was that supposed to do? Embarrass us. Right? So I'm just saying, but test it. It ain't true. In fact, as I said, they were there for a while, and then they abandoned, they left. They left and said, well, we got to go back home for Christmas.
They like that.
And see, listen, it was good about it. I was around then too, you know. See, I was around. So I voted in the 72 election, you know. So I was around, man. I was involved in the campaign. In fact, you know.
Me too.
I was, you know, we were around.
I was around.
So these things, they left us. No, I know. These are some historical. You're still right here. He's still right here. But it's only sometimes, you know, the same thing with me. A lot of people give me information. And very often, you know, there's always a motive for them giving you the information. And then you just have to test it before you move with it. Yeah.
Thank you, Prime Minister. My central point, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My central point has been that when the way it's been crafted, the suggestion. The suggestion, right? The point I'm making is that during that time, as you could tell me better than anybody, this was a very robust debate on a number of issues, right? And the point that I'm making is, even as I look at these two articles here by the former member for Angliston, Philip Galanis, and Sir Arthur Folks, they talked about these two issues. One being that the PLP opposed full equality for women to be entrenched in the Constitution, and also rustication, that the PLP did not support the free movement of people, and it was the Free National Movement. I have two articles here, and so let me. No, Madam Speaker, I have two articles here. One by Sir Arthur Folks, who's a signatory, and the other by Philip Galanis, a former member of Parliament for Angliston. All right, and I can read. Well, Madam Speaker, I have here that they've pointed out those two.
Get loud. Let someone speak.
They've pointed out.
Let them speak.
They made the point.
Bring Doris Diary next, don't worry.
No, I'm being cast a segment. I'm saying that I am referencing two persons, one person who's a signatory and the other person a former member of Parliament, who's expressed in that robust debate that there were these two issues. And the point that I'm making is on those two issues, with women's rights being fully enshrined in the Constitution of the Bahamas, the Free National Movement supported it, the Progressive Liberal Party did not. And as it relates to the free movement, Madam Speaker, you're not the Speaker. That's not your decision. This is the Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is an article by Philip Galanis, right? Okay? Madam Speaker, you've given me, Madam Speaker, in another area of disagreement, Madam Speaker, you've given me the floor. Madam Speaker, another area of disagreement surrounded gender, Madam Speaker, may I finish? Another area of disagreement surrounded gender equality. The PLP proffered that full equality for women should not be enshrined in the Constitution. The FNM argued the opposite view, and ultimately the British government agreed with the...
Honourable member.
Madam Speaker. And lastly, Madam Speaker,
Honourable
there was a
member.
discussion on the issue. Can I finish, Can I finish, Madam Speaker? Let me finish.
Yes.
Madam
Honourable
Speaker.
member.
Madam Speaker. Please, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member.
Madam Speaker.
We're not debating.
Yes, but let me just finish this, man, please, because they've been heckling me. Let me finish. They're heckling me. They're heckling me. Madam Speaker, there was a discussion on the issue. Madam Speaker, there was a discussion on the issue of rustication and the freedom of the movement and the right of Bahamians to leave the Bahamas. Some in the PLP expressed a concern that Bahamians might depopulate the Family Islands, and were also concerned that, in the absence of rustication provisions, the country could suffer the British agreed with the opposition on this issue, and consequently, there were no prohibitions for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, I've had to
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Madam Speaker, the member has engaged in a lot of, no disrespect, deflection and distraction about what happened, what discussions he says, and he's quoting two individuals, and he should lay those documents, because the last time you said something, when we looked at the document, it was something else.
Yes.
But I want to say, Madam Speaker, there's a central core issue, and this deflection should not move away from that. You can argue all you want when you get there in London in December, but there was an entire campaign for the Bahamian people to attain sovereignty. Yeah, okay, take it easy over there, Marco City. The entire campaign was about the sovereignty for the Bahamian people. In fact, I was one who moved with my father into Mayaguana. They carried projectors. They tried to educate the Bahamian people on what it meant to attain self-determination, particularly in our history. The Free National Movement opposed it. It went to a general election. The Progressive Liberal Party at that time said to the Bahamian people, if you wish independence, support the Progressive Liberal Party. It was a landslide victory. The Free National Movement was soundly defeated, but their history from that day has been one of opposing. They opposed national insurance. They opposed the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. They opposed, and on and on and on and on and on. It is a history of opposition. So to isolate in some way, some debate that took place, that he alleges or asserts took place in London at that conference, is a deflection. The facts remain. The Free National Movement has a history of opposing progressive causes in this nation. And today, nothing has changed. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the member for St. Barnabas has suggested that somehow there's some difference between what he said and what I said. Firstly, I would caution people. The part of the reality of doing what I did before I came here meant that we have to be conversant with this document. So for instance, Article 15 of this document reads, for the Bahamian people's edification, whereas every person in the Bahamas is entitled to the fundamental rights and freedom of the person. That is to say, has the right, whatever his race, place of origin, political opinions, color, creed, or sex. Now, I know that since this was written, sex and gender, I think you could have 72 or 92 genders now, but when this was written, there was no doubt about what sex meant. For the edification of St. Barnabas as well, the thought that this is an original document was debunked in the case that we await a decision from the Privy Council on. I invite him and all Bahamians to look at the constitutional documents that came before this and that came after this, and they will find that the English had a template. And if you wish to be independent, you accepted that template subject to certain modification. But sex is in Section Article 15. I would also, just to complete the point, I used to have lunch with Arrington Bumpy Watkins, the last Secretary General of the UBP, who would speak, since we're talking about what people tell us, would speak eloquently about the meetings for the merger of the UBP and the FNM and what he, as the last Secretary General of the UBP, did. And one must never forget, and sorry about this, Central and South Abaco, but Abaco was pushing for independence from the rest of us. All of that is a part of our history. And if Marco City is talking about antiquity, I just tell him another artist like him, Ziggy Marley, reminds us, if you don't know your past, you don't know your future.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The present is
As many?
more pressing than the issues.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Walter Rodney and Foundations with my brother
You brought up independence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Lost 2 hours because of that.
Madam Speaker, I Madam Speaker, it is again, Madam Speaker, a pleasure to and a privilege to speak Madam Speaker, it is again a privilege to be able to speak in this honorable House. I do not intend to be very long, but to say a few words in support of the application or the resolution to have a select committee appointed. Madam Speaker, I've heard the presentation of Freetown, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I am disappointed of the approach that I believe we have taken in this select committee debate. When we look at the issue of immigration and the impact of what is happening on the Bahamas today, and I quite frankly believe that most Bahamians, while it is of interest whether or not a political party supported the Constitution, didn't support the Constitution 50 years ago, I believe the public is far more interested in what any political party, any politician is going to do today, and what are the solutions that we are going to present today. And to use, and again, I'm not sure what the motive is, so I won't attempt to speak to what the motive of bringing this up, but quite frankly, it really has very little to do with the point that is being raised today.
Yes.
And very little to do with what the ordinary Bahamian is facing today.
Yes.
I wonder, though, if we were to meet, and I'm sure those on the other side meet them as we meet them. If we were to meet the ordinary Bahamian, and the ordinary Bahamians were sitting here today, and they ask us, what are we going to do about the immigration solution? And we answer them by saying, the other side didn't support this one, and the other side didn't support that one, and you didn't do this, and you didn't do that, and you were wrong here, and you were wrong there. They're not interested in that. I believe they genuinely would want us to come together and put ideas together for a solution.
Yes.
That immigration is one of those issues, like crime, like education,
Like hell.
like health, is one of those issues that, yes, there are times when we will come, when we can fight. And there are times when we can have the political debate. And there are times when we can throw our political punches. But there are also times when we put aside those political fights and we say, we all have a problem.
Yes. Yes.
And you may argue on your side that we are more to blame. We may argue on our side that you are more to blame. However, the blame game is a tired game. The blame game is one that does not solve problems. And but the point I am making is that what is being offered today, is for us to come together to provide solutions for a very serious and complex problem.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Some water, please.
This is what is being done. The issue as put was simply that it hasn't been business the same for 40 years. At the same time, what was advanced is the government has put out its policy, the government is acting. If the member or anybody else wishes to influence government policy, the Prime Minister in his national address says he's open to it. So we're not standing around saying, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. We're pointing out that when people say, particularly Marco City, that we've all been doing the same thing for 40 years, that is not accurate. We're not blaming you for anything. We're just saying that when you say we've been doing the same thing for 40 years, that is not accurate.
Thank you, honourable member.
So, I genuinely believe we are missing an opportunity here. I had the privilege of participating in 2 select committees. And those 2 select committees were brought forward by the opposition at the time. I was a member of the governing party at the time. But those 2 select committees were brought forward by the opposition at the time. The first was a select committee on crime that was brought forward by Bernard Nordich. And the second was a select committee that went to look into the sexual offenses that took place in the 8 Mile Rock School with respect to the teacher, Berbal, and that was led by the member for Angliston. As a first-time MP sitting on both of those select committees, they were an educational experience for me. Yes. But they were also very fulfilling for me because I was a backbencher at the time. I was the deputy speaker at the time. But it gave me an opportunity to have a say in an issue or in issues that I would not ordinarily have a say in. And let me just go through what we did in reference to the crime committee. One of the issues that was raised was that you had so many different reports and no one was doing anything with the reports. There were so many entities that produced reports, but those reports didn't seem to go anywhere or take us anywhere. And so the member, I believe the member for Bain and Grantstown at the time, Bernard Nordich, said we should bring all of these reports together and look and see whether those reports are still relevant and make recommendations under one report to the government so that we can move forward with respect to it. At that time, we heard witnesses from all over. We called the police commissioner who took the time to speak to us. We heard from the Defense Force. We heard from social workers. We heard from nurses. We heard from teachers. We heard from young people. We heard from people who were in prison, people who came out of prison. We heard from a variety of people who, and one of the important things was it gave stakeholders the ability to speak and make presentations to the government about an idea.
Yes, yes.
It truly gave them an opportunity to be able to be a part of governance. It gave them an avenue on which they could speak. And that's what select committees really, again, are meant to do. That select committee, then Bernard Norders reported and gave, I recall he submitted a report to the Parliament. That's my recollection. Now, I may be wrong, but because I believe there was a initial report that was made. It may not have been the final report, but there was a first report that he made and he submitted to the Parliament. Yeah, yeah. But there was something that he submitted, because I remember going through it. There was something that he did submit. The second one was the member for Angliston who chaired that committee. And it was a very serious problem that happened in 8 Mile Rock School, where there was a teacher who had been molesting a student unfortunately, for many years. And it had gone silent. And it was only until years later that it was found out this had occurred. And the member for Angliston, quite rightly, said that an investigation should go into the processes and the procedures to find out what went wrong. I believe the member for West End and Bimini was a part of the committee, member for Angliston. We went to Grand Bahama, questioned witnesses. We spoke, I remember we spoke to teachers and principals and Ministry of Education. I believe we spoke to the boy's mother. And we got a comprehensive report and presented that comprehensive report to the government. And and the member for Angliston could correct me if I'm wrong, but there were recommendations that the report submitted that were ultimately accepted by the government and made a difference and made a change in the way things were in the education department. So there are useful, very useful purposes for select committees. And this is an issue, Madam Speaker, that I submit is a complex issue. It is not a simple issue. If it was this is an issue like crime. If it was a very simple issue, then it would have been solved a long time ago. But this is a complex issue that involves many facets that is not going to be solved overnight. But it is also an issue that is not going to be solved just by us. It is an issue that we should be inviting stakeholders to come and let us hear their views, to come and let us understand what their position is. Come and understand what direction we should be taking with respect to this. Come and give us your input. Psychologists, we should be understanding them. The pastors, we should be understanding them. The people who live in these communities, we should be understanding them. The Defense Force officers, we should be understanding them. The police, we should be understanding them, so that we could better serve them, so that we can make recommendations to the government on how we can make things better. We could sit in this place and throw blows. Or we could get out of this place and listen to the people and come up with solutions. And I'll be the first one to say, yes, we throw blows. Yes, there are times to throw blows. But this one, today, I don't believe this is a time that we should be throwing blows.
Should be unanimous decision.
This is a time that we have a moment a moment that we should be getting together as we have gotten together before. And we should show, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian public, there are some in the Bahamian public, not all, there are some in the Bahamian public who don't believe we could get together. There are some in the Bahamian public who believe the only thing we can do in here is row and fight. There's some, that's all they believe. Man, when you all go inside there, that's all you all doing.
Some biking on it.
Madam Speaker,
It shouldn't be y'all, it should be us.
we should show
Not y'all.
that on this issue, we should be able to put aside our political differences and sit together and listen to the public and come up with a solution and come up with different recommendations. Madam Speaker, this also has real economic impact. What is going on in the shanty towns have real economic impact.
Yes.
It has economic impact in our schools.
Yes.
Economic impact in our healthcare system. Economic impact in our business licenses. Economic impact with when we collect our VAT. With the amount of resources that we put in for the Defense Force and the amount of resources that we put into immigration and the amount of resources that we put into the police. It has real economic impact. But one thing that I don't know if we know yet, that I believe the Select Committee can help us in, is understanding what that real economic impact is.
Correct.
It can help us to understand what are we losing from this coming to the Bahamas, or this challenge, this crisis coming to the Bahamas. What are we paying out extra in our education system? What are we paying out extra in our healthcare? What are we paying out extra in terms of police and immigration officers? Social services. We should be understanding what we are paying out, so that if we are going to pay this money out, so that we'll know how to do it. But yes, that is true. And we didn't do it at that time. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah. But what I'm asking is for us to get together to do it. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for us to put aside our political differences and work together for once. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I'm asking for. That, I believe, is the right approach for us to take in immigration. I believe it is the right approach for us to take for immigration. That's what I believe. I don't believe I have the solutions.
Select committee will find a solution.
I do not. And that is the point. The point is, we should not believe that we are the ones who have all the solutions.
Thank you.
That is the point. The very point that we are making is, through the Select Committee, we are going to be inviting stakeholders to give their input, so together we can come together with the right solutions.
That's the idea.
That's the whole point.
That's the idea.
So, Madam Speaker, I won't take very long because the reality is, I do not believe, and they have not said it yet. I mean, no one on their side has said that they will not support the resolution, and it's the committee, the forming of the committee. It is also a bit surprising that no one has yet said whether or not they will support it, but the reality is, and there was a point that was made just before I take my seat. There was a point that was made about the time, and it's not a defined time and so on. And again, as I could recall, and again, the member for English and the West End Bimini could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall there being a defined time until the committee was formed, and then the committee prescribed what the specific terms would have been. And they then, because it was the members of the committee who set parameters for themselves. But quite frankly, there's nothing preventing either side to get together. If they were minded to agree, there's nothing preventing either side from getting together and saying, you know something, we don't have all day to do this committee. We want the committee we believe the committee should be able to report back in X period of time. And then they put it to the side. And then we may say, well, okay, we would like to have it for this period of time. And then you come to some agreement that if a select committee is going to be formed, it will be formed for this particular time period. Let's get together and talk about it. No, if you were open to having a real discussion about forming a select committee and a time frame for a select committee, then I'm sure those of us on this side would sit down and agree today the terms of that select committee. So unfortunately, we can do that today. We can resolve that today. We can resolve that today. But, Madam Speaker, again, it is unfortunate that I believe we are going to miss an opportunity. Yeah, my opinion. Yeah, I believe we're going to miss an opportunity to do something that I believe other governments on either side have not been able to do.
Well, let's not miss another one then.
And so, Madam Speaker, I support
Let's not miss this one.
the creation of this select committee. I believe this select committee, with the right membership, with the right motives, with the right parameters, I believe this select committee could make a difference in this country. I believe that this select committee, which would involve, by the way, the majority of the government, because the select committee is done with the same makeup as the parliament. So I believe with the members from the government side and the members who are appointed from the opposition side, I believe that if we get together, that if we put our collective minds together, and that if we listen to the stakeholders, if we listen to the people, if we listen to the experts, if we listen to those people who are most affected by the problems. Because sometimes we miss that, in that the people who are most affected from the problems, unfortunately, are not the ones who get to meet with those who make the decisions. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, again, my position is that I support the formation of this committee. I sat on 2 committees before, and in my view, both of those committees that were put together by the opposition at that time, that both of those committees did good work, that both of those committees, I believe, my view, was successful in bringing issues to the forefront, was successful and particularly the one for 8 Mile Rock, was successful in providing solutions to very complex and serious problems. And I believe that if we did the same, we would have an opportunity to make a difference in this country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker, I rise in this place on behalf of the good people of the Pinewood constituency who have sent me to this place to represent their interests. And forever grateful for them for giving me this voice. Madam Speaker, before I get into my brief contribution, I'd just like to do some constituency house cleaning. I'd like to send condolences to my good friend Margaret Berry, who lost her husband on Saturday. Anybody who knows Pinewood politics would know that there is no one in that constituency who has supported me with such fervor and vigor and passion than Margaret. As a matter of fact, she was looking for me long before I got there. And so I'd like to say condolences to her and her family. Calvin also has a few brothers who live there also, Blacks and Porter and Cowboy. Condolences on the loss of your brother. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to send out condolences to my good friend Gerard Darville, whose wife Kenise passed and was funeralized a few Saturdays back. Myself and quite a few of the cabinet ministers. Minister Hannah Martin also spoke at her funeral, and it's such a tragic situation, Madam Speaker, because this young lady, 33 years old, and we all saw the video, and so I'm conflicted because, Madam Speaker, this was a young lady whose trials were on social media, and that invoked certain emotion, but I am also the son of 2 nurses and a father who was an administrator at the Princess Margaret Hospital, and I know of the dedication of the doctors and nurses in our healthcare facilities. And I hope if there's anything that come out of this that we learn and we as a country come out better for it. There have been a few blood drives that was initiated since then, and so we hope that Kenise's death would raise our concerns about the health care in the country. Madam Speaker, I'd like to also send condolences to all of those other families of Pinewood who have lost loved ones, and may their soul rest in peace. Madam Speaker, we'll have our town hall meeting on Thursday, February 23rd at Cleveland East at 7 p.m. Among the topics would be the drainage system, of which I have a commitment from representatives from the Ministry of Works, and I thank the good member for Fort Charlotte, and we are very close to addressing that issue. And finally, Madam Speaker, the cleanup in Pinewood continues. Madam Speaker, the topic of immigration and illegal immigration is an emotional one for many Bahamians. The problems have been around for decades and across many administrations. And I'd like to echo the sentiments of Freetown. While there have been different approaches in dealing with this vexing problem, some was spoken to by the member for Freetown, and I'm sure my colleague, the member of Parliament for Carmichael, would go into further detail. It makes no sense blaming anyone, Madam Speaker. On the topic of the Select Committee, however, Madam Speaker, elections have consequences. And one of those consequences is that a government, duly elected government, have a chance to enact their policies that they laid out to the electorate before the elections. The PLP was quite clear in its position on immigration. As a matter of fact, in our blueprint for change, we mentioned that the party would be committed to a progressive immigration reform and to protect our borders and to allow orderly growth in industry. Madam Speaker, again, Freetown would have laid out the Sandy Bottom project and what has happened since, and the position of this present government as it will relate to our policies. We also committed to clear the backlog of applications in the Department of Immigration, and as a member of the cabinet, I say that we work on that every week, or just about every week, in clearing that backlog. And I support the member for Carmichael, who has, to the chagrin of his colleagues at times, the loads and loads of applications that we deal with consistently, applications that have been around in some cases for decades, in getting them sorted out, Madam Speaker. And then to establish specific deadlines. We have heard of the tens of thousands of applications that are presently in immigration. And I could tell you, in my practice, Madam Speaker, in a former life, there were times that I applied, I sent in applications and documents, and immigration was asking me for documents that was already forwarded to them. And so this is part of the problem that this government seek to deal with. Madam Speaker, I would like to respond to the member from Marco City who raised the issue of controlled migration, Madam Speaker. And this is one point that me and the good member agree on. Madam Speaker, the Bahamians became involved as dealers in the casino industry in 1983. I think the Gaming and Lotteries Acts were passed in 1969. And so I was in that fourth class that came in 87. And for the public out there, there were individuals who we considered trailblazers. The late Adam Brister, our former baseball player, Floyd Miller, and Willie Nan, along with others. And if anybody knows casino gambling, they would know that craps is the hardest game to learn. But that crew had the whole country and their success. A lot of us who came afterwards stand on their shoulders, because had they failed, there would have been an excuse that was made, but that would have been made. You see, these people know nothing about gaming. We have to keep the expatriate labor here in the country, Madam Speaker. And I said I became a croupier in 97. And as we talk about policies, I was the direct benefit of the policy of Bahamianization by the Gaming Board just before the 92 election that was chaired by the late Bradley Roberts. And that made it possible for a lot of other supervisors like myself to be promoted. When I started dealing, I never thought I would be a two-game dealer, never mind being a supervisor. But the reality, the Gaming Board at that time, led by Mr. Bradley Roberts, met with a group of us. Tyrone Rock Morris, who was the president of BS from St. Anne's, BASE, the Bahamas Association of Casino Employees, of which I was the first treasurer, that has been given recognition but is still not recognized as a casino today, these many years later. And the position of the government in us lobbying them was to say that they were not going to renew licenses for casino supervisors in the numbers that they had. And so myself and many others was in that crew to become promoted. Madam Speaker, when you look at the casino industry today, as you walk through Atlantis, it's a common occurrence to see all Bahamian dealers, all Bahamian supervisors, all Bahamian pit managers. And for those the young ones who would believe that it was always like that, I could tell you it was not. I could tell you that when I was a dealer, I would go into the men's bathroom and I would see written on the walls, Bahamians are stupid. Bahamians will never take over this industry. Who would want to come to a casino where Bahamians are in charge? And I'm sure that there are other Bahamians who walked that road before me who heard the very same thing. And Madam Speaker, just before I go on, I was fortunate enough to be promoted to what was then the high limit pit. It's called the Salon Privé. And anybody who knows the casino business know on New Year's Eve, it's the biggest gaming night of the year. All of the pits are higher. And for the first time, I remember calling my crew together and I said, years from now, when you walk through here and you see all Bahamians, people will believe it has always been this way. I said, if we succeed, the issue of us being able to handle high-limit games will never be in question. And just as expected, Madam Speaker, as we closed the last table in the then salon, we all got together and I reminded them of what we would have done and that those who benefit in the industry will get to know how the story really played out. We've had people like Janice Hackett, our first casino manager, Tony Lotmore, my squaddy, who was the first director of gaming operations. Now we have George Daly. We have John Michel. These were people 40 years ago would not have been in the casino industry at all. Those names would not have been mentioned. And so, Madam Speaker, when it comes to policy, even as back then, as it relates to Bahamianization and putting in place a system where Bahamians can thrive. I was fortunate enough, Madam Speaker, to be appointed to the Gaming Board in 2012 when the member from West End and Bimini was the Minister of Tourism, of which the Gaming Board fell. And we know what happened then with the Gaming Act of 2014 that brought Bahamian businesses who was underground for many years into a regulated industry, Madam Speaker. And in some ways, in the election sense, the PLP paid a political price. And part of it had to do with that same regulation. Now we are talking about owners of that industry are being appointed as consul by both parties. We have created jobs that Atlantis had lost Tony to Island Luck. And I keep on saying in this place, we need to understand what policies do, good progressive policies can do to a country and its citizens. Madam Speaker, I would just want to compare that to the Enterprise Act, and we know how that story ends. Madam Speaker, with regards to repatriation, Madam Speaker, let's start with the issue of Haiti. And I think, Madam Speaker, the good member for Freetown raised the issue of the names of Francophone. And anybody who have Google or who have any sense of history would know that LaRoda is as much a name that came out of Haiti as any name in the Bahamas. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the LaRodas have been here for many years. The first LaRoda was elected to this house in the 1830s. Because, you know, when things get out of here, we can freak ourselves out in terms of portraying every French name as somebody who just reached. Madam Speaker, the downside of that, Stephen Dillard is correct, who was a brother of another LaRoda, Madam Speaker. And so that must also be balanced because I've got Placaris on my mother's side and the LaRoda actually met a McKinney. And I think that will go down as a good old Bahamian name for those who want to take out the forks. Madam Speaker, on the repatriation of migrants, this government, under the member for Carmichael, has done an exemplary job. Our figures are showing some 4,700 migrants have been repatriated. Madam Speaker, you test the resolve of a government based on decisions they have made, not when it's easy, because the most powerful country on the planet had lobbied the leader of our country no later than the Summit of Americas to sign on to this agreement to actually halt our repatriation process. There are NGOs and very powerful companies. But yet, the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador stood firm in his resolve, knowing that ours, although may be an unpopular one for others, we as a sovereign country have the right to determine what goes on in our borders, even if it enrages or make uncomfortable powerful friends of ours, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would then like to move to the shanty towns. This again, Madam Speaker. The shanty towns is a very vexing problem. And we must strike a balance here. Because on one hand, we have a group of people who are not always non-Bahamian or illegal immigrants, but because of whatever their circumstances are erecting homes on properties not belonging to them, whether it be public or private, and not up to code. And we have to balance that with a very anxious population who plays by the rules, Madam Speaker, who have to wait and save for many years and have to wait until their children even save up enough money to purchase home and build those homes that are to code. And so while I support the government position as it relates to shanty towns, Madam Speaker, we have to be sober, methodical, and deliberate in our attempts to rectify this most pressing issues. Saber-rattling and xenophobic rhetoric is not the answer, and we must resist all of these attempts. But we must also recognize the real concerns of Bahamians with goodwill and do our endeavor best to correct this problem. Madam Speaker, national security and the health of a country is bundled together with the same issues. In these same shanty towns, we find diseases that are moving back and forth. And I'm not saying this outside of the community, but I'm sure the member for Tall Pines could talk about houses that don't have good or proper sewage or clean water. That is a recipe for disaster. And I don't think that these individuals want to bring these issues on themselves, but their circumstances is that they do exist, and because we are a society that interact, these same issues are then transported into the wider community itself, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, my position, as raised earlier on whether I support or not, it's kind of hard 16 months into an administration that clearly have shown with its repatriation, with its commitments to deal with the shantytown issues, with its commitment to deal with repatriation. We talk about solutions. We have my MP who have a robust housing project that is going to be going on. And we have to look and be positive about this. And we have to also have faith that we will be judged on what we will do in this term. And so my position, Madam Speaker, while I admit that there are some times that we must come together, but we just did that a few weeks ago when we debated the nurses and midwiferys bill. This government has proven that it has the ability to consult with the other side, and when they make recommendations, we go along with them, as per the 2 amendments that went along with that bill. And so to act as if we are a party or we are a government that don't listen, the Prime Minister has said in his address, as we move forward with our policies, suggestions that are sent in to the address that was given will be seriously considered, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I would be the first one if there is any need for clarity. I support the government's position as it relates to what is going on with immigration and the shanty towns and the government response. And I would like to say, I don't question the motives of the other side. I don't think that we love our country any better than them. But I, at this point in time, would rather go with the government position as stated. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good afternoon to my parliamentary colleagues and to all those watching from across the length and breadth of the Bahamas. Special greeting to my great constituents of Central Grand Bahama, who I am eternally proud to represent in this honored house. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that I am always proud to advise this honorable house that the Central Grand Bahama farmers market remains strong, and backyard farming in Grand Bahama has become an initiative near and dear to our heart. The market is growing by leaps and bounds over the past few years, and vendors' numbers are climbing. We continue to invite the entire Bahamas to join in these efforts to get into farming, grow more, and help to limit our reliance on the importation of 90% of what we consume. I was most impressed to see the member of East Grand Bahamas not here when he approached me and asked me to assist him in setting up a similar market festival for East Grand Bahama. And I also want to express my appreciation to all of those who come out and support our vendors, including Pine Ridge, who normally sends a team out and spend money with our vendors. So we appreciate you guys coming out. Pine Ridge, come out and support. I'm giving you props for supporting the vendors. That's not a run out. I would mention it next time. We now have gone from an event that has happened once per month to now twice per month. And there's a request for us to do it every weekend. But we don't want to do it every weekend because we really don't want to water down this initiative. I promise that this is just the beginning, and there's only more to come for the backyard farming and green initiative in Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, I believe that now more than ever, we must consider these matters in every aspect of our society. Our population is only continuing to grow, but the food source is being reduced. When we consider matters of such great importance like food security, it is important that we know what and how our social systems are being supported. I want to use this as a springboard to now turn my attention to the issue of the day, because this is really the backbone of this discussion. The official opposition is urging the New Day government to take a serious stand on the immigration problem we now face. Our concern is not stopping a certain group of people from coming into the country illegally, but ensuring that we can provide and adequately support those that live here legally. Colleagues, we know that the immigration issues have been long-standing across multiple governments. It is also not something that can just be fixed overnight. We know this because we continue to face the same challenges year after year. We see to the deepening of social and political crisis in Haiti, and tension rise here at home whenever there's an uptick in irregular migration. Today, like the song Ancient Man said, we ain't asking for much. We're simply asking for Bahamians to be put first. We are asking for this New Day government to stop the lip service on immigration and establish a select committee to properly investigate this crisis. Madam Speaker, last week we had dozens of world leaders in our country and hundreds of thousands of eyes from across the Caribbean and the globe on the Bahamas. One of the very real focus of these high-level meetings was the government policy framework regarding irregular immigration or irregular migrants and unregulated homes. Instead, this is unfortunate, during that time, we had the arrest of some Bahamians who were carrying out, in their view, a peaceful demonstration, and that dominated the headline for many days. I want to be clear that the official opposition does not support this treatment of our people. There has to be a balance between securing property and securing human rights. Every Bahamian has the right to voice their concern and hold peaceful demonstrations. However, what we saw taking place last week, in my view, was a disgrace. And you may not agree with the group that was the target of those, but we're asking for you to treat Bahamians with dignity and pride. With so many leaders, world leaders in our country, and the current global fight for rights and freedom, that was our opportunity to show just how strong the Bahamian democracy is. But instead, some of our people were villainized and it put their basic rights into question. We want this New Day government to know that we are watching the situation and watching it closely. When we discuss such an important issue as illegal migration, it is important to put a few things into perspective. We want Bahamians and non-Bahamians to know that this is not an issue of xenophobia. And I want to stress that. This is not an issue of xenophobia. Yes, there's a level of patriotism at the height of this conversation and another of national preservation. But there are so many different elements to this issue that we cannot just look at it on the surface. This is not just about repatriation or deportations, because we have been doing that, but these illegals keep coming back over and over. And as was stated earlier, oftentimes with the help of some of our own people. We need to address this issue at a holistic level and not just in silos. And that is what we are asking for. Let's do it together in unity. We have problems with statelessness and ability to pass on citizenship. We have problems with accountability from immigration officials in some instances. We have problems with Bahamians being paid to smuggle. Yes, some Bahamians are involved with bringing immigrants into the country. All of this while ensuring that human decency is being preserved while enforcing our laws. Madam Speaker, this is why we need a select committee to really look into how we can properly address this matter on behalf of all Bahamian people. The New Day government has already stopped. Well, you can go ahead and wrap this fine. The New Day government has already stopped new work permits applications for Haitian citizens, but this is just another Band-Aid on top of an already bigger issue. We need to get to the root of why they are fleeing, how they are getting into the country, and how they are accessing these opportunities. We are simply victims of our geographic location. Can the Bahamians solve the Haitian crisis? No, we cannot. Is the UN doing all that is in its power to assist? More, in my view, can be done. And on top of strategies and enforcement, the Bahamas need significant funding assistance from our global partners to deal with this vexing matter. Madam Speaker, illegal immigration not only impacts that area, it also offers challenges to our social services, the healthcare system, and the economy, as was stated by colleagues earlier. There's no tax or benefit to the country when migrants are sending money out of the country back to their families. How do we tax that? How does the Bahamas benefit from that? And now, with the threat of civil unrest in Haiti, we are beginning to see a deeper concern from everyday Bahamians. But, Madam Speaker, it is important that we not only focus on Haiti, but other illegal immigrants that are slipping in while Haiti is getting most of the blame. We have Cubans, Jamaicans, other nationalities, Filipinos, Chinese, here as well. And just because they may look differently, don't mean that they're true Bahamians. Americans and Europeans also can be illegal immigrants. We also have second home owners who do not obey the law. Madam Speaker, this should not just be about one group being held accountable and managed. We must make sure that this issue is handled at all levels, and all who are associated with it should be brought to justice. The official opposition leader suggested terms of reference to the Select Committee for the Immigration Crisis, and I'd like to repeat those. He noted that we must focus on border security by air and sea, Bahamian citizenships, inclusive of addressing issues such as naturalization for those that have long been waiting, and conducting an audit of the granting of permanent residence and citizenship, modification of the Nationality Act, etc., prevention and reversal of illegal unregulated developments.
a national audit of labor force and a review of people, infrastructure, and ecosystem involved in the prevention, enforcement, and interdiction and persecution of matters relative to immigration and migration. This is just a start. This is just a start. We need more action. Madam Speaker, I close my contribution on this debate on something very near and dear to my heart. During my time in government, I was given the opportunity to wear multiple hats, including the Minister of Disaster Preparedness Management and Reconstruction. In the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, we were met with a significant disaster in Abaco due to the large population of migrants that once lived in the mud, the farm, the pigeon peas, and other areas of Abaco. There were so many losses in those communities, from homes to family members and more. Losses that could have been prevented had there been proper enforcement of building codes, proper management of the areas, and better oversight. The Free National Movement government attempted to start the process with our own initiative months prior to the storm, but as we know, the courts will have not supported that. Now here we are again. We are once again in a position to change the course of history by ensuring that these dangerous communities are regulated and those people are kept safe. We do not want a repeat of Hurricane Dorian. We must take action and take it now. Madam Speaker, in his national address last night, the Prime Minister said in the coming weeks we can expect the pillars of the CARICOM plan to address the Haitian migration crisis to be worked on and developed. But what are we doing? How is the Bahamas being proactive? As the official leader of the opposition has said, the government should be doing more to stem the flow of illegal migrants from that country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bahamians are ready for relief. They want more. They deserve more. As always, we want this administration to do well because governments are continuous, and it's about our country. The official opposition is always here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. I am continually honored and grateful for this responsibility to be a representative for the people of Central Gun, Bahamas, and will continue to do my part to advance our country towards this progressive development. And I'm hoping that at the end of the day, we will get support across the board, as this is a national crisis, for us to form this select committee to deal with this very vexing immigration matters. Central Gun, Bahamas, rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is again my pleasure and sincere gratitude to rise on behalf of the residents of the great constituency of Golden Isles and to thank them for the trust they have bestowed on me. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, I probably have the most Haitian communities. And so this topic is very important to me. The views expressed by my colleagues and the manner of building codes, building structures, and dismantling of shanty towns and how they should be done, I share those views. They should be done in a humane manner, in a manner in which is done respectfully. But it's a vexing issue, Madam Speaker. It's an ongoing one with Bahamians and how Bahamians feel about it and how the issue has been ongoing and ongoing and ongoing, and finally it will be dealt with. Madam Speaker, as I would have espoused earlier in this House, today heralds the continuation of an important historical process, a process which I believe reflects the true heart and soul of the leader of our country, who continues to display his concern for the plight of our Bahama land. His vision, his compassion brings us here today to continue this long-stalled process, which is the leveling up of the opportunity to discuss the vexing problem of irregular migration and to let all Bahamians and visitors alike know that we are not prepared to sacrifice our nation. Madam Speaker, the time has come in our nation for a frank conversation about the vexing challenge that is immigration. And Madam Speaker, for two reasons. While I am a Pan-Africanist, and I understand that Pan-Africanism is a worldwide movement that aims to encourage and strengthen bands of solidarity between all indigenous and diasporic peoples of African ancestry and having a common and unified interest. But I understand, Madam Speaker, that this irregular immigration problem offers an existential threat to our viability as a nation, and Madam Speaker, I will show how. Secondly, this debate is dominated by a medium which does not benefit us all, and that's social media. Consequently, a tremendous opportunity is being lost to public invective, to rampant bombast, political mischief, and yes, even by some hatred, with good intentions, some persons, and of course, others with ill will. This is the state of play in the debate, which is tearing our public discourse apart. Madam Speaker, I'll begin this communication by sharing the history of a great people. It is the story of the Haitian people, a proud people, and their great revolution. The Haitian Revolution was a rebellion by self-liberated Africans against the French colonial rule. The Haitian Revolution was a series of conflicts between 1791 and 1804 between enslaved African colonists, the armies of the British, the French, and the Spanish. Madam Speaker, against tremendous odds and through struggle, the Haitian people ultimately won their freedom from France and thereby became the first country in the world to be founded, the result of a slave rebellion. The revolution was hard fought, and the great nations of that time, smarting from their defeat, they refused to recognize the independence of Haiti. France, with warships at the ready, having finally accepted the loss of the Haitian colony, sailed to Haiti in 1825 and demanded that Haiti compensate France for the loss of its colony. In exchange for French recognition of Haiti as a sovereign republic, France demanded payment of 150 million francs to recognize Haiti. The last payment on the debt was settled in 1945, 122 years later, and Haiti has been struggling ever since. Madam Speaker, the payments of reparations to France for the freedom of the Haitian people has been called by the university scholar Marlene Dott as, quote, the greatest heist in history, end quote. Forbes Business in 2017 has equated the 122-year freedom payment as equivalent to the US $21 billion in today's currency. it was the former enslaved Africans of Haiti, not the French slaveholders, who were forced to pay the extortionists for their hard-won freedom. I pose the rhetorical question: where did Haiti's present woes begin? And where will they end? Madam Speaker, I submit Haiti is still paying the price for defeating and ultimately embarrassing the colonial masters of that day. Madam Speaker, just last month, the 25th of January, while attending the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States CELAC conference in Argentina, our Prime Minister noted the threat, the substantial threat, that irregular Haitian migration posed for the Bahamas. It is a fact for which there is little dispute that Haitian nationals have been migrating to and settling in the Bahamas for hundreds of years. While the Bahamas has transitioned to a robust tourist and service-oriented economy, the influx of irregular, undocumented migrants have not gone unnoticed, as these migrants continue to come to the Bahamas annually by the thousands. Madam Speaker, we are both responsible for this and victims of this migratory crisis. Some have opined that it was inevitable, as the voracious appetite of our economy for labor has resulted in these problems, and that we ought better to have anticipated the social, economic, and the political fallout of our actions. While I share those sentiments, we have come to the realization the conversation cannot end there. Madam Speaker, while the industrialized countries around the world have fashioned humane policies to address their crises with immigrants, they have simultaneously also found ways to protect, prioritize, and favor their people from having to compete with migrants who come to their countries seeking a better way of life. Likewise, Madam Speaker, we here in the Bahamas will need to develop creative ways of protecting certain industries to favor Bahamians as migrants come to our country looking to improve themselves. Madam Speaker, we must never be prepared to sacrifice our nation. And we sacrifice our nation, Madam Speaker, whenever we fail to protect our borders. Failure to protect our borders over the years have led to a healthcare system which is now in crisis. A crisis-filled system is teeters on the brink, Father, while caring, for those who are undocumented in many instances, uninsured, and unable to attend the cost of their own medical needs. We fail if we do not understand how that makes the citizens of our nation feel. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas, our beloved country, is in many ways a victim of its own success and geography. Nestled between the United States to the north, Cuba to the west, and Haiti and the Dominican Republic to the east, the Bahamas has become a significant entry point to the United States for undocumented workers. A major side effect of this has been the growing presence of Haitians, Jamaicans, Cubans, and Dominicans in the Bahamas as they seek to make treks to the United States of America. Madam Speaker, the anecdotal evidence across the Bahamas explicitly suggests that large communities of undocumented migrants have assumed permanent residence in the Bahamas, and they have started new lives. While our economy needs the labor force, this emerging cultural melting pot must be controlled, and persons coming to this country seeking a better way of life must do so lawfully. The Maltese, Australian, and Singaporean efforts to stem the tide of undocumented migrants may be instructive in showing us how to stem the tide of irregular migration into the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, what we must not do is to slip into a false sense of security that the problem will fix itself. I repeat, Madam Speaker, what we must not do is slip into a false sense of security that the problem will fix itself. Neither should we allow cynics to fan the flame of bigotry. I simply say, let the drones fly, Prime Minister, 24/7. Beef up our southern flank. Place a magistrate court where it needs to be to ensure due process. And let us sharpen the call for the United Nations and the international community as they must intervene, not simply to militarize Haiti, but to demand robust and lasting democratic reform. Consequently, Madam Speaker, I support the Prime Minister's call for an international intervention. And yes, Madam Speaker, France owes Haiti. As we speak, Haiti teeters on the brink of collapse, and we must pray for her. And Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to speak of what I call a Haitian Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was an American foreign aid initiative in the aftermath of World War II. It was an American-led initiative which was specifically designed to restore Western European economies over the dangerous post-Second World War period. In 1957, some $15 billion in aid was provided to assist the recovery of the European economy. It was a plan which ultimately bailed out France, Germany, the United Kingdom from the brink of failed state status. Similarly, Madam Speaker, I believe we must implement this financing structure in the region if Haiti is to succeed. The Bahamas and its Caribbean neighbors cannot implement this alone. Prime Minister, we must continue to be the conscience of the world in this regard. We must remind the world and let the world know of Haiti's plights and Haiti's needs. I applaud the efforts to forge agreements with CARICOM, with the United Nations, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Cuba on critical issues to protect our country's borders. Madam Speaker, while successive administrations have shied away from addressing this vexing problem, this Philip Brave Davis government will not do so. Madam Speaker, we will not back down. We will not double talk. We will buckle down. Madam Speaker, we will face the challenges and we will get the job done. Humanely, we will do it firm but fair. We will not be weak-kneed on this. Madam Speaker, these issues, we cannot allow them to be passed on to another generation. That would be most unfair. In closing, one cannot emphasize the importance of enforcing our immigration laws, promoting international cooperation, and, Madam Speaker, to prosecute all found guilty of exploiting the unsuspecting migrants who may be willing to spend their last dollar in pursuit of a better way of life. Let's let the rule of law prevail and take its course. May Almighty God continue to bless you, Madam Speaker, the people of our great Commonwealth, and may He continue to make every effort to make the wealth more common. Golden Isles rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first wish to thank the people of South Eleuthera for their patience. And during this past several days and the water woes, at the same time, I want to thank the Honorable Member of North Eleuthera and Deputy Chair of this Honorable House for his extraordinary leadership on the ground, working tirelessly with our colleagues in Water and Sewerage Corporation to restore water and showing tremendous resourcefulness in that process. I'm grateful to the people of Fort Charlotte, Madam Speaker, and I send condolences to the family of Brian Ferguson and Gavin Hanna. We stand with them during their time of bereavement and express love to them. I also want to express joy that a great exhumian has come home after having gone through a period of illness, and that is Alpheus Tucker Roll, a great exhumian, a great Bahamian who has just returned from a period convalescing in the United States to his business and home in Compass Key. Madam Speaker, I thank the opposition for presenting us with this resolution because it affords us the opportunity to speak directly to the Bahamian people and inform the Bahamian people of the immigration policy of the government. And it is, Madam Speaker, something that we should be very proud of, but the Bahamian people must know what is being done. The Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, in the first chapter, it declares that this is a democratic, sovereign state. In Article 2, Madam Speaker, the first enumerated power to the government is stated, and that is the power to recognize citizenship by the grant of a passport, and also, Madam Speaker, to grant citizenship by way of registration or by the way of naturalization. There is no power, Madam Speaker, that is greater than the power to determine who is a member of the Bahamian family. There is no greater power, Madam Speaker, and therefore for all of us as Bahamians, it is a very emotional thing, because when you hold the citizenship, there is no barrier. There are no restrictions. Even if you're born someplace else and you hold that Bahamian citizenship, you can become a member of Parliament. You can lead a party, and if you have the majority in the Parliament, you will be appointed by the Governor General as Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, there is no higher office, none, than to be a citizen of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in the exercise of this extraordinary power, it means that the government must protect the citizens, but also protect the territory in which the citizens exhibit their national territory. So citizenship, national security go hand in hand. You cannot have a citizen who is insecure. And therefore, Madam Speaker, before we talk about the immigrant, before we talk about the visitor, we have to talk about the citizen. Now, Madam Speaker, who are these people we call citizens? Because they are the subject. They are the subject of this enterprise. They are the subject of this national project that we call the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And Madam Speaker, not all of them look like me or like you. Some are what we call European Bahamians. Some are Greek Bahamians. And we celebrate the fact that they hold their heritage. They are citizens, but they are not fearful, because that's the nature of this free society, to say, come to my Greek festival and enjoy yourself. Or, Madam Speaker, some of them are Chinese, and they may say to the rest of us, come and celebrate the Chinese New Year with me. And Madam Speaker, I readily celebrate with them. And it is an asset to the Bahamas to have this variety of heritage binded together as one. Nobody in this Bahamian family should be made to feel insecure, should be made to feel that they cannot express their heritage and still be Bahamian. And this is what we have to first appreciate, Madam Speaker. There should be nobody carrying the Bahamian passport in this place and feel that they cannot say, my family is from here, and my family. The same way the Honorable Member for Golden Isles, he said, I'm proud to be African. I am proud of my African heritage. Because before slavery, we had the oldest, the most accomplished civilization in the world. We didn't start in slavery. We had built empires. And we have a great civilization. And that is the same way the Greek Bahamian feels. That is the same way the Chinese Bahamian feel. And that ought to be the same way the Haitian Bahamian feel. We have to protect everybody who carries this Bahamian citizenship. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the rule of law, and Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the rule of law and the protection of our citizen should be what distinguishes us, should be the manner of our bearing the mark as a small island nation state who recognize that we always play above our size. That is a separate question, Madam Speaker. The question that we are focusing on is those who are coming in, who do not have the Bahamian citizenship. And it is, Madam Speaker, a matter of extreme urgency and importance that we secure the borders. But we should not confuse those who are trying to come in, whether they come in as tourists, whether they come in as irregular migrants, the way they are treated should never be confused with how we treat our citizens, irrespective of the citizen's national origin, socioeconomic background, gender, or race. And it is here, Madam Speaker, that I wish to point out and share with the Bahamian public why this debate is so critical. Because, Madam Speaker, the public should know that this government, more so than any other government in any calendar year, has repatriated more irregular migrants to this country than at any other time. Yeah. Any other time. And fact-checking, let me give the number. In 2022, 4,748 persons were repatriated. Wow. And that has been confirmed by the Department of Immigration. In 2023, we're just in January and February, and we haven't even reached March yet, Madam Speaker. Over 1,000 persons have been repatriated. Since September 2021, after the general election, the Immigration Department, working with the Defense Force, the police force, and also the citizens. You know, we like to talk, Madam Speaker, about people not being interested but I can tell you one thing from what the Minister of Immigration has shared. The citizens of this country and the member for South and Central Andros has told me how the Androsians feel. They're very protective of this country. And they don't wait for the police or the defense force. If they see something and it don't look right, they will report it. It's a point of order.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I'm advised that some 5,000 Haitian nationals were repatriated to Haiti. In 2000, 4,800, over 6,000 in 2001. I believe it was somewhere around 5,000 in 1989. So I'm just concerned about the numbers mentioned by the member for Fort Charlotte in terms of the figures. I think it's good to talk about the amount of persons that were repatriated, but to say that at any other time, it doesn't bear out the facts.
Yeah, well,
4,000, 4,800 in 2000, over 6,000 in 2001, and 5,000 in 2002.
well, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity. As I'm informed by the Minister for Immigration, this is a calendar year. We're talking about a calendar year. And based on the Department of Immigration, this is their record, Madam Speaker. This is what I am advised by the department. Also, Madam Speaker, since I'm also advised, Madam Speaker, by the Department of Immigration that since September 2021, only one migrant vessel was able to land on, or did land on, an inhabited island within. And also, Madam Speaker, I wish to really commend the Attorney General and his really extraordinary group of lawyers for the work that they did in not only having the injunction discharged, but also having the entire action dismissed. In addition, the Department of Immigration has been clearing the backlog of applications at the Immigration Department. And Madam Speaker, it's not just a question of talking, it's a question of doing. The largest recruitment of immigration trainees occurred this year, January. 174 recruits were engaged in this January. In other words, again, the largest in the history. We have heard from the presentation of the Minister of National Security that the largest investment in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, again, by the Prime Minister when he was Minister of Works, along with the Minister of National Security, the late Dr. Nottage, with the Sandy Bottom project, $232 million, and 234, thank you, million patrol crafts, the dredging of harbors, the development of bases and port facilities. And, Madam Speaker, most recently, the Department of Immigration has established and is in the process of building out a temporary facility in Inagua so that repatriation can occur from Inagua back to Haiti, if that's the point of origin, without having to bring the persons into New Providence. And as the Minister of Immigration, hotlines and infrastructure being put in place. So, Madam Speaker, what is happening is not simply sitting on our hands, and I think the expression used by yes, the expression used was basically crossing our fingers and hope. In other words, this is not a passive immigration policy. It is a very active immigration policy. But the key point that I wish to make is that there is also a recognition by the government that the immigration process is multidimensional, and that there are push factors. In other words, we've been focusing within the Bahamas as we seek to protect and secure the borders. But there is a recognition by the government that the crisis is not in the Bahamas. The crisis is in Haiti. And therefore, you have to go to the source of the crisis. And Prime Minister Davis has called for a sustainable Haitian-led solution. But not only is he sitting here and calling, he's not calling from a distance. He's brokering it. He is engaged in ensuring that it happens. He is forging an international cooperation to achieve stability in Haiti. And, you know, sometimes you have to speak truth to power. And our Prime Minister, the reason why they say brave leadership, right? Yes. Is that it was reflected in June 2022 at the Summit of the Americas. He was approached by some of our larger countries within this hemisphere, the Summit of the Americas, and he was asked to sign an agreement for the Bahamas to take in refugees, like 21 other countries within this hemisphere. And he declined. He said the Bahamas has taken in more than its fair share. It's reached its capacity. And you know, Madam Speaker, CARICOM recognizes the special role of the Bahamas, because I remember when I was in the cabinet before, and the issue of the free market, and the Bahamas was exempt from the free movement of people, because it was recognized by CARICOM that on a per capita basis, the Bahamas has more persons from our region. And all of us in this chamber, we have been taught by Jamaicans, Trinidadians, St. Lucians in our high school, some of my teachers, you know, from Guyana, and Turks and Caicos. So the Bahamas was recognized by CARICOM for its generosity to the region. The fact that it has been so hospitable in providing opportunities for other persons from our sister CARICOM countries. And similarly, we see that notwithstanding calls from other multilateral organizations, the Bahamas continues to repatriate. You know, Madam Speaker, what is interesting is that the Progressive Liberal Party in government has done one thing consistently. In 1986, the first treaty between Haiti and the Bahamas to deal with immigration between the two countries was established in 1986. Also in 2004, again, we see that the Progressive Liberal Party in government went to Haiti and on behalf of CARICOM was negotiating with President Aristide in order to establish stability and free and fair elections within Haiti. And today, as chairperson of the heads of CARICOM, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is leading the effort to restore the rule of law and free elections within Haiti. And it will be under his leadership, within a month's time, convening a meeting of the heads in Jamaica with the stakeholders from Haiti. In other words, showing the respect to the Haitian people that the solution should involve their representatives. And in Jamaica, this meeting will ascertain the national consensus for inclusive, transitional, and transparent elections involving also the Haitian president. That is to produce a Haitian-led solution. There's also plans for a meeting to be convened in Haiti with Haitian stakeholders to develop a plan to restore security and the rule of law. Also bringing in the United States, Canada, and the President of Canada was here and made a commitment to a plan put forward by our Prime Minister. Yes. We also have, in addition, reaching out to other countries within the Francophone region of Africa, in Europe. So in addition to a robust domestic immigration policy, we have, again, a very active foreign policy initiative to help to solve the crisis that is pushing people out of Haiti. So what we see, Madam Speaker, both on the domestic front, both on the international front, an immigration policy that is multi-dimensional, similar to the problem itself, which is multi-dimensional. In addition, Madam Speaker, the issue of irregular, unpermitted structures in the Bahamas, now that the court has dismissed the action, the ruling of the judge is being studied. The cabinet has reconvened the Shantytown Task Force, and we see the group has met. I've met with the group. They've started their work. Surveillance and surveys are being done throughout the country. Also, I want to take this opportunity to say that we are grateful for the support and the cooperation of stakeholders. For example, the Communist Committee in Spanish Wells has been working very closely with me and also with our team in addressing the issue. And therefore, we recognize, and also I must say the previous government as well in 2018, the role of civil society, the importance of consultation, the importance of utilizing the collective wisdom of the Bahamian society in solving a very, very complex issue. So, Madam Speaker, in a very short period of time, we will be meeting and outlining to the Bahamian public a roadmap to address the irregular, unpermitted structures, not only in the shantytowns, but also downtown Nassau, in other buildings which are not historically protected as historic buildings, will also be served with notices, as some of them are being served as I speak. So this will not just be against any particular socio-economic group, but we are committed, Madam Speaker, to ensuring that the rule of law, whether that is the Building Control Regulation Act, but all aspects of the law to protect the environment, to protect communities, to protect the health of communities, to protect the forest and the coppice of our country, which are so necessary for sustainable living and life. We will have a very comprehensive plan, and I'm asking all of our citizens to join in with us, because this is really what nation building is all about. How do we ensure the rule of law and the equal treatment of all of our people so that we have a much more sustainable, resilient future for the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So, Madam Speaker, the issue was raised about consultation. And I want to, perhaps this is a good time. I, like many of my colleagues, have reached out to the shadow ministers. For example, my member of parliament, the honorable member for St. Anne's. You know, Madam Speaker, you see the public don't see this, but I reach out and invited him to participate with the Water and Sewerage Corporation as the Water and Sewerage Corporation was developing its business plan, because he's the shadow minister. And I want to thank him for coming and also for participating. And all of us appreciated the input that you made, honorable members. So we have cooperation. We invite cooperation, because what we have, Madam Speaker, is the Constitution, I think it's Article 72, reposes in the government the executive governance of the country, the policy making. For us in the legislature to make the laws for the peace, order, and good government of the Bahamas. And as we did today, as the Constitution requires, we came before the Parliament and we accounted. We answered the questions as best we could in the circumstances, because it demonstrated to the Bahamian people that the accounting to the Parliament is important. And as we proceed to execute this immigration policy, I certainly invite members opposite to share their ideas with respect to the immigration policy, and for us to work collaboratively in this very area and not exploit emotion, but to bring our collective forces to bear in dealing with a very complex, multidimensional problem. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach.
Madam Speaker, thank you for acknowledging me. I know it's getting late. Some of us may be a bit tired.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I ask that you bear with me. Madam Speaker, let me say how pleased I am to stand here on behalf of the people of South Beach who sent me here to represent them on the issues that affect us all. Madam Speaker, I again wish to thank my wife and my family as they continue to stand with me, beside me, and act as a fortress. And as my place of solitude in some difficult times. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I must also note that like so many other places, the reality of crime and the effects of crime has visited, once again, my constituency. I send my prayers and public regards to the affected family and I wish to put on public record how outraged I am with this vexing crime issue. Nationally, but more specifically, Madam Speaker, how much more disturbed I am when the monster of murder raises its head in what is known as quiet South Beach. Madam Speaker, I know we must do more, and I have no doubt that the member for Freetown is engaged in meetings and strategic sittings with the executive command of the Royal Bahamas Police Force on what more will be done. But let me too state that I am committed to doing all that I can to ensure that for as long as I have the strength, South Beach remains a peaceful community of decent citizens with neighborly values, free from crime and terror. I again pray God's peace for the family in this very difficult time and assure them that earth's sorrows, heaven can heal. And so, Madam Speaker, we are here. We are here as a country once more, to discuss the issue of immigration and the necessary steps needed to manage it. Madam Speaker, regrettably, this is the same place we were several times before as a country. It could seem, Madam Speaker, that we are comfortable with the revolving doors that string people along term after term without a meaningful legislation to cure the issue that have existed since the early days of this Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, we appear to know many things. We appear to know what we have. We appear to know what we want. We appear to know where we are in this fight, in this immigration fight. However, Madam Speaker, what I feel is lost on many of us is we do not appear to know how. How did we get here? And more importantly, how will we get to the place where we have been decades trying to go? Madam Speaker, what we cannot do is get caught up in the fancy language of another committee with titles that will simply evaporate into nothingness and more unanswered problems, as if our inability to fix issues do not affect human life. Every matter, Madam Speaker, that affects immigration, in my view, similarly affects citizenship and what it looks like. It affects how it is determined and who should be allowed it. As citizenship and its entitlement is the greatest honor any person in this country could ever have, we must seek to get these things right, Madam Speaker, whether it is by a committee as suggested by some, or by any other provision necessary. Madam Speaker, we must be relentless in doing so, even if it means at some point that in the evolution of our democracy, we hand over our power on these matters to an establishment of an immigration and citizenship court. Yes, Madam Speaker, something that may very well have found its time in our development at this juncture in our history. Madam Speaker, we must do more than ensure that policy and the discretion of policymakers alone are not how we continue to deal with these issues, like those of citizenship and immigration. We should legislate in this place and allow that legislation to be put the necessary prescriptions in place to definitively deal with this issue, so that once we would have legislated, the courts will have clear rules to follow based on the rules and the laws that we debated and passed in this place. This, I believe, Madam Speaker, provides for the kind of consideration and diligence necessary to deal with our issues in a way that will allow for the manner of our bearing to be marked by the world.
Madam Speaker, this is not the first time we have been here. But since we are here, I cannot help but ask what I perceive to be the obvious question. Madam Speaker, that is, how are we still here? More importantly, Madam Speaker, how do we get beyond here? I am always very concerned, Madam Speaker, with how what we do in this place translates to those on the outside of this place. Madam Speaker, we must find a way to cure the issues that are created because of irregular immigration. Otherwise, I submit that all of our efforts here in this place would amount to clanging cymbals and savorless assault. Madam Speaker, that is why this administration has placed this as a priority item. That is why we have worked to have the injunctions removed that we met in place when we took office, and we have had success in this regard as recently as last week. Madam Speaker, this matter of how we proceed on this immigration issue is important, and possibly that importance cannot be stated strongly enough. I contend that all approach on all matters of immigration should always be approached with the same fervor of the consideration for citizenship. I argue this, Madam Speaker, because our failing to get immigration right means we will possibly continue to disenfranchise Bahamians. I am aware, Madam Speaker, that the situation in Haiti can be classified as nothing less than a crisis. However, if we are to be wise, we must accept that the term immigration problem and Haitian problem are not one and the same. Madam Speaker, could it be that because of the issue of our Haitian brothers and sisters and the issues that they would have faced is such a massive one, that we have turned our full attention to it and decided that everything else is just not as important? Madam Speaker, I wish to advise against that. However, this government has still, out of the abundance of due diligence, on as many occasions as possible, worked in the international community by calling for a more sustainable solution to Haiti's challenges. And Madam Speaker, notable strides were made while hosting CARICOM in the capital this past week. The Bahamas has many challenges that are glaring with regards to immigration. And Madam Speaker, those opposite may have deemed the situation we face here at home a crisis. While I'm convinced that such an assertion is premature at best, and while I maintain that the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister of Immigration have their hands firmly around the matter we are facing, I will indulge those opposite and allow them their definition of crisis. However, Madam Speaker, I will do so reminding them that we are not them. And if this is indeed a crisis, as they would have calculated it, then we on this side shall be guided by the words of Sir Winston Churchill, and we shall not let a good crisis go to waste. That is why, Madam Speaker, we have decided to proceed cautiously and not have signed on to a wholesale accepting of migrants, nor have we agreed internationally to discontinue repatriations out of the abundance of caution and are realizing that our resources are minimal and that the free-for-all policy may not be as productive for us as it might be for others. Madam Speaker, despite those facts, while others are screaming gloom and doom, and while they are busy forecasting eternal destruction caused by some impending crisis due to immigrants, places like Canada and even countries smaller than ours like Barbados are asking for immigrants to come to their countries and they are making policy decisions to increase development in their countries, which in some instances are sophisticated as advances in technology, but in other cases as simplistic as goat farming. Madam Speaker, while those are steps being taken by our big brother country to the north and our little sister country to the south, we are here referring to matters of immigration as a crisis. And while I support careful plotting of this matter, in a matter as fluid as this, we must tighten up to protect our interests where necessary, and of course, we must loosen up strategically to ensure that we are neighborly and simultaneously equal beneficiaries of the regulated movement of people. The acceptance of migrants by countries smaller than ours is an indication to me that unlike it is being reported by the other side, this is not a crisis. And I therefore question, could the crisis be, Madam Speaker, that some of us in this place lack the necessary foresight to envision a bigger, more vibrant, and productive Bahamas? If we do, what is necessary to ensure control? Regulated migration. Could it be that just some of us in here have just not thought well enough about what exactly we want to build in the next 50 years? And Madam Speaker, have some of us failed in our ability to reimagine how, Madam Speaker, that finds a way to permit real, meaningful migrant inclusion in a Bahamian-owned, Bahamian-managed economy full of growing variables and lucrative opportunities for Bahamians and those who wish to live in this country according to the laws of this country? Have we taken the easy route by simply creating the fear of the Haitian boogeyman or any other boogeyman from wherever that will come and take it all from us, the Bahamians? Are we guilty, Madam Speaker? Are we guilty of crying wolf when we could have built a larger economy and responsibly adopt the labor force to support it? Again, Madam Speaker, history will judge us all on whether we are brave or whether we are politically popular by doing something that we believe is safe. To all of those too afraid to look this difficult situation face on and decide that not another cycle of this Parliament will expire and this issue of immigration not be better addressed, I say, fair seas never made for skilled sailors. And while a difficult circumstance these issues surrounding immigration and ultimately citizenship may be, I again draw on the words of Sir Winston, and I say to you, a pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity, but an optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. Let us readjust the lens, Madam Speaker. Let us refocus our efforts to stem the flow of illegals. Let us recommit to seeing this difficult task to its end by formulating good policy, and good policy we have formulated, that will allow us to benefit from the migrant labor whenever possible, and let us reimagine what can be done with the passage of effective law surrounding proper measured and monitored migration. After all, Madam Speaker, the creation of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas was once a difficult choice. But we did it. We delivered majority rule. Then we delivered an independent Bahamas. And I know, Madam Speaker, we can deliver wholesome policy and strategy on immigration that is humane and that shows our regional support for our CARICOM counterpart. Madam Speaker, whether a select committee is sufficient, or whether an immigration court is necessary, or whether some other tool is necessary to achieve this, will be a matter we determine in this place at some point. After much thought, much debate, and deliberation with a view of achieving optimum results. To clarify, Madam Speaker, and just to ensure that I am not misquoted, at present, there is no question of an immigration court being made today. However, I am of the belief that there may come a time when we consider this. And it is my view that we ought to ready our minds for all opportunities or possibilities, especially since, Madam Speaker, it is my view that immigration matters easily become citizenship matters, and those matters deserve the most pure thought, the best legal dissecting and deliberations. And this place may not be best served that requirement. Madam Speaker, the efforts of this minister in this 17-month period has been remarkable, to state it plainly. What I know is that the men and women who have sworn to guard our heritage have had enormous success over that same period. And it is not uncommon to hear about interdiction after interdiction, despite their resources being stretched, interdictions that, according to our records, have disrupted the possibility of 5,772 irregular migrants breaking our laws and illegally entering this country. Madam Speaker, when I hear this, this gives me hope. When I hear of Operation Secure, I am hopeful. Because unlike the outright misguided and distasteful comments I heard in this place from the member of St. Anne's last week, suggesting some unusual religious practices while referring to our Prime Minister and a senior member of the cabinet, and some lunacy about sailboats, black hats, and immigration, I respect the service rendered by those who wear the uniform and do all they can to defend our sovereignty, and I respect it enough that I would not dare permit anyone to suggest otherwise. Madam Speaker, I took offense to the member's assertion, particularly, Madam Speaker, since I know that the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force sail every day to protect this territorial integrity of this nation. And they have been doing so and doing a remarkable job. Madam Speaker, months have passed and not a single Haitian landing has occurred. And let us face it, when Haitians run aground on any of our islands in the chain, it is simply because their mission has failed. Yes. Black hat or not, it simply has failed. Their mission has been failing miserably thanks to the work of Dr. Raymond King, a seasoned seaman of many years with years of seagoing command experience, and his fine officers and Marines at the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Madam Speaker, I support the government in its pursuit to manage and regulate immigration. And my utterances in this place will echo the same. With God's help, I shall continue to wake up every morning with the thoughts of how to make this Parliament better because Barker's role passed through it. I shall wake up with thoughts on how I'll make this country better because Barker's role would have passed through it. And Madam Speaker, I shall consider always how to make legislation better because at the end of it, Barker's role has to live with it. Yes. A select committee could be a good step. Could be a good step, Madam Speaker, if we were doing nothing about the immigration challenge. But a necessary step it is not. Because this government plans, as amiably laid out by the Prime Minister, are steps toward a functional Bahamas. A select committee is not a necessary thing where sound reasoning, innovative thinking, and proper plans are being placed in motion. History will judge us all, and on that day, I hope to be counted as having done the right thing in the right time for this country. Madam Speaker, as we move towards the next 50 years, I have decided to challenge myself to reimagine the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. I have decided not to just be concerned with the difficulty, the task are. Instead, Madam Speaker, in my reimagining of this wonderful place, I have decided to reconsider the how. How will we fix it? And how will we get to the place we all envision is a better Bahamas? I believe beyond doubt, Madam Speaker, that the steps of this administration, the policy for immigration, that would have taken over the past 17 months, are taking us in that direction and doing so quite responsibly. I again commend the member for Carmichael for his work, and also congratulate the Prime Minister for continuing to be the beacon in the Caribbean and in the world, for being well-versed, well-prepared, particularly on matters that affect us as a country and as a region. And I commit to him my support in whichever way he proceeds, as I know it will be very, very well thought out, strategically and ultimately in the best interests of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, Southeast rest.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Carmichael.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, honourable members. Madam Speaker, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my Redeemer. Madam Speaker, I wish to begin by expressing my sincere thanks to Almighty God for the blessings He continues to bestow on me and my family in this beautiful country. Oftentimes, we can become subsumed with the challenges of life and leadership, that we can forget that in spite of it all the challenges and all the problems, God has been faithful. For this faithfulness, I give thanks. Madam Speaker, I stand to make a contribution on this most important matter as the Member of Parliament for Carmichael and the Minister with responsibility for immigration and labor. This contribution, Madam Speaker, marks my third communication to this Honourable House in just recent weeks surrounding migration. It also follows a national address last evening from the Honourable Prime Minister, in which the government's comprehensive plan to tackle the challenges in immigration was outlined and addressed. Challenges, Madam Speaker, which requires a regional plan to properly address, which is why the Honourable Prime Minister's address, present chairmanship of CARICOM, is so timely and critical. Last week, Madam Speaker, the best of the Bahamas was on full display for the world community. The CARICOM Heads of Government meeting was a well-planned and executed success, and I wish to congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister on its chairmanship of CARICOM. We have no doubt that he will continue to use his platform to bring much-needed focus, attention, and resources to issues which are of critical importance to the Bahamas and the region, a key component of which is irregular migration from Haiti and Cuba. And Madam Speaker, as I address this House this evening, I wish to indicate that at the present time, at the Carmichael Road Detention Center, there is a total of 180 Cuban nationals, 97 Haitian nationals, other nationalities 33. And so in context, Madam Speaker, we see that there are twice as much Cuban nationals than there are Haitians in our custody at this time. Madam Speaker, separate from the important diplomatic work which has been undertaken, as a Bahamian, I must express the immeasurable pride which I felt for the Right Honorable Dame Janet Boswick in receiving CARICOM's Triennial Award for Women. Dame Janet is one of the country's finest daughters, and the award, along with the others, are most fitting and well-deserved. I, along with my family, join Bahamians everywhere in congratulating Dame Janet on this achievement. I also wish to convey to Dame Janet my prayers. I also wish, Madam Speaker, to convey to Dame Janet my prayers for our beloved Henry, who presented my petition to the call to the Bahamas Bar over 2 decades ago. Henry and Janet Boswick are two of the most consequential members of the Bahamian Bar and have forever changed the country's legal landscape. My wife Clara and I, and all of us on this side, extend very best wishes to this couple. Madam Speaker, in his national address last evening, the Honorable Prime Minister laid out the major challenges on migration that is affecting many countries, but which disproportionately impacts the territories closest to Haiti and Cuba. The Honorable Prime Minister outlined the pillars of the CARICOM plan to address the Haitian migration crisis, which includes coordinating a meeting with Haitian stakeholders to develop a plan to restore security and the rule of law, strengthening the capacity of the Haitian National Police, developing a plan to hold elections and restore a fully functioning Haitian government, and securing support from international partners, including the Canadian government, which has committed to providing security assistance as well as millions of dollars in humanitarian assistance. Madam Speaker, the efforts of the Honorable Prime Minister for the region and international community to provide assistance to Haiti and to Cuba must be congratulated. The reality remains that stabilizing the situation in Haiti is the most effective way to decrease the amount of people seeking to unlawfully enter the Bahamas from the Republic of Haiti. This brings us, Madam Speaker, to the debate this evening, the proposal for a select committee on immigration. Madam Speaker, we on this side do not support the appointment of a select committee, and therefore we will not vote in support of it. Madam Speaker, we question the motive of the opposition in calling for a select committee. And Madam Speaker, I will allude to it later, but let me just say from the moment, upon being appointed as Minister of Labor and Immigration by the Honorable Prime Minister, when I took office, the first document I was presented with, Madam Speaker, was a draft bill for the Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Bill 2021. The Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Bill 2021. Now, I take note, Madam Speaker, that this bill was drafted and prepared in 2021, which was the year of our general election. So, Madam Speaker, when this evening or this afternoon, I heard the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and many members opposite speak of engaging the public, consultation, collaboration, so on and so forth. I wonder how many members of the public know about this Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, I would submit to you that while I believe that all of us in here genuinely and sincerely care for the Bahamian people, the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party is significantly different from members opposite. Madam Speaker, immigration is a serious issue, and serious attention is being paid to the issue by this Davis-led administration. Over the past weeks, I have made several presentations to this House to provide members with updates on the considerable efforts being undertaken by this administration to address the challenges faced from irregular migration. Simultaneous with my statements and the unrelenting work of the Department of Immigration, there have been various releases and statements from members opposite which seek to tell their story, a story where their past actions are ignored, and a story that they have all of the answers. Today, Madam Speaker, I give another view, one which is more balanced, more accurate, and more aligned with reality. Today, I join members on this side to demonstrate why is not the time for a select committee, but for work. Action, not a report, work. No more posturing, but work, actions, and results. Madam Speaker, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is a democratic country founded on an abiding respect for Christian principles and the rule of law. Our Constitution, together with our laws as interpreted by our courts, form the legal basis of our society and the work undertaken by the Department of Immigration. Madam Speaker, as a starting point, I believe it is important for us to define who is the Bahamian. While this may seem obvious, this very question often strikes at the heart of many debates on immigration. There are some who define Bahamian by virtue of a surname. There are others who use ethnicity. There are others who use place of birth, parentage, or some combination. The very controversy surrounding this question negatively impacts debates on illegal immigration, as oftentimes persons tie their perception of an illegal immigrant to their personal definition of a Bahamian. Consequently, there are often calls to deport persons deemed to be illegal, even in instances where such persons are in fact Bahamian citizens. For the purpose of law and the work of the Department of Immigration, the person who obtains citizenship at birth are 1. Persons born in the Bahamas prior to the 10th of July, 1973. 2. Persons born in the Bahamas after the 10th of July, 1973 to a Bahamian mother. Now, Madam Speaker, let me just put a plug right there. The Honorable Casey on my side, King's Counsel, pointed out something to me. In this draft, Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Bill 2021, which the side opposite almost imposed on the Bahamian people.
Sneak on the Bahamian people.
Yes, sneak. It says, now, under Article 9 of the Constitution, it says, notwithstanding anything contained in Article 8 of this Constitution, a person born legitimately outside the Bahamas after the 9th of July, whose mother is a citizen of the Bahamas, shall be entitled, upon making application on the attaining of the age of 18 years and before he attains the age of 21 years, in such manner as may be prescribed by law, to be registered as a citizen of the Bahamas. In this draft, Nationality, Immigration, and Asylum Bill 2021, there is a clause. Article 10, subsection 3 says, a person who attains his 21st birthday but fails to make application under Article 9 of the Constitution before attaining that age shall not, after the commencement of this act, be entitled to be registered as a citizen of the Bahamas. In essence, Bahamians, members opposite, sought to impose or take away an accrued right enshrined in our written Constitution.
For women?
For women. That's in here. That is in here.
The great defenders. We have a theme song for it.
Oh, my Lord. Dangerous.
The third category, Madam Speaker, of persons entitled to be registered as a Bahamian are the illegitimate children of a Bahamian woman born outside the Bahamas after the 10th of July, 1973. Fourthly, the legitimate child of a Bahamian man born inside or outside of the Bahamas after the 10th of July. From the 10th of July, 1973 the Department of Immigration has taken the view that these 4 groups described was complete. However, there presently is a case before our final court following 2 rulings of the lower courts which opine that automatic citizenship should also be given to the illegitimate children of Bahamian men born in the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, in addition to those persons who obtain citizenship automatically, there are other persons who are entitled to apply for citizenship under our laws. These persons are the wives of Bahamian men after meeting policy requirements and satisfying the department that the union is genuine. Secondly, the minor children of Bahamian citizens who did not receive automatic citizenship, such as the children of Bahamian women who are married to non-Bahamian men and whose children were born abroad. Thirdly, persons born in the Bahamas to non-Bahamian parents. Fourthly, other persons under the Nationality Act. These include long-time residents, the husbands of Bahamian women, the adult children of Bahamian women, and others. Madam Speaker, of the various categories of applicants, by far the largest cohort are persons born in the Bahamas to non-Bahamian parents. By law, such applications are made upon the 18th birthday of the applicant and no later than their 21st birthday. The typical applicant would have been educated in the Bahamas from birth, resided exclusively in the Bahamas, and has extensive ties in the community. I note, Madam Speaker, that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition is reported to have said in a statement dated the 1st of February 2023 that the government of the Bahamas must also find the means of expediting applications for citizenship duly made by children born to foreign nationals in our country during the period of time designated by law. He continued, the process is simply too long and intolerable. Madam Speaker, while the Honorable Leader of the Opposition makes statements, the government continues its work to eliminate the backlog left by the cabinet of which he was a member. Whilst we believe in government efficiency, we on this side will conduct the necessary due diligence prior to issuing any approvals. Madam Speaker, beyond citizenship, Bahamian law provides for persons to reside and or work in the Bahamas by obtaining a permit. These can be spousal permits for the spouse of a Bahamian, work permits, which are permits allowed to a non-national to work within a specific business in accordance with the grant, the terms of the grant. Thirdly, residency permits for persons and investors to reside in the Bahamas for extended periods with or without the right to work. And fourthly, permits to reside, which are permits issued to persons for them to live with a permit holder, such as a spouse of a work permit holder. These persons are not allowed to work using a permit to reside. Work permits, Madam Speaker, will only be granted when no Bahamian candidate can be found. This is a requirement in each case and is consistent with policy of the Progressive Liberal Party. The largest group of applications, Madam Speaker, comes under work permits. Each applicant for a work permit is supported by a letter from the prospective employer in the Bahamas stating the reason for the application and the details, a police certificate confirming the applicant has no criminal history, a medical certificate demonstrating that the applicant is in good health, up to 2 written references from the applicant's previous employers, proof that the employer advertised the position in a local newspaper, and sixthly, a labor certificate from the Department of Labor confirming that there is no Bahamian available to fill the position. The requirement of a work permit, Madam Speaker, are extensive and have not changed in recent times, hence no need for no select committee. This is why, Madam Speaker, I find this move by members opposite most curious. The opposition appears to have recently discovered that there are challenges with immigration whilst simultaneously discovering they never governed in the Bahamas. They have come to this parliament as a blank slate, their past actions and inactions forgotten. Madam Speaker, last week, the Honourable Member for Kalani stated, what we need to do is an audit of the work permits. They are all online. Recall all work permits and reissue them in an orderly fashion with an additional security feature to it. Madam Speaker, This statement was most curious, particularly coming from the person making it. If memory serves me right, the member for Kalani previously served as the Prime Minister, and the leader of the official opposition sat in his cabinet when he was then Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, they were the government and exercised executive control of the government not 10 years ago, not 5 years ago, but up to September 2021. Yes. Madam Speaker, the honourable member makes this request for an audit of current permits. Did he undertake to conduct an audit of the permits issued by his ministers of immigration? Madam Speaker, I will table an article which was published in the Bahamas Journal on the 29th of August 2018 under the title, Immigration Going Paperless. In this article, the then Minister of Immigration appointed by the member of Kalani is reported to have said, and this is the Honourable Brian Simonet, from Sunday to today, I've probably done renewal of at least 500 work permits for Haitian nationals in the country. I do about 200 work permits per day. Madam Speaker, did the member for Kalani order an audit then? Did he recall the work permits and reissue them in an orderly fashion with an additional security feature to it? Today, we are facing serious challenges, and we must be committed to doing the work. I am proud of the work that the department is doing under its current leadership, in spite of criticisms from persons who were big on speeches but did no work. Madam Speaker, I believe that in light of the rhetoric and untruths circulating on social media and statements from the opposition, it is important to emphasize that the Ministry and the Department of Immigration, in collaboration with our local law enforcement and social partners, undertook the largest number of repatriations in the history of the Bahamas. And when we speak, Madam Speaker, let me indicate, in 2022, there were 4,748 persons who were repatriated in one calendar year. Now, I would submit, Madam Speaker, that there are figures on the immigration website where the figure appears to be higher, but that is the overall complete figure of refusals. Everyone who came in this country and immigration refused, combined with the interceptions, combined with the operations, everything was put into one big category. What we are speaking about in 2022 are interceptions. Interceptions. Pure numbers. And you will recall, Madam Speaker, that immediately upon coming to office, just the year before, we were baptized by fire when approximately 1,000 irregular migrants landed on our shores in 1 week. They were treated with the greatest degree of care and compassion, processed and repatriated to their homeland promptly and without incident. We continue to hold up, Madam Speaker, our law enforcement agencies and can't thank them enough. And I ask every right-thinking Christian Bahamian to continue to pray for our law enforcement officers. Madam Speaker, our aggressive efforts to protect our borders and deport those who enter our country illegally has not ceased in 2023. In January of this year, some 570 persons were repatriated. Between the 1st and the 14th of February 2023, some 454 deportations were taken. Madam Speaker, this totals 1,024 deportations for the first 6 weeks of this year. If present irregular migration trends continue, and from all indications it will, we will experience another record-breaking year. Nonetheless, I am pleased to report that this Davis-led administration is up to the task ahead. That is why, Madam Speaker, we continue to invest in our Royal Bahamas Defense Force. We continue to invest in the human resources of all of our law enforcement agencies. We have constructed a temporary detention facility in Inagua. We have enhanced our partnership with the Coast Guards of the United States, of Cuba, and the Turks and Caicos. We have amplified, Madam Speaker, our efforts through diplomatic channels to address the ongoing challenges in Haiti. And Madam Speaker, let me just indicate, we are not just simply concentrating on our brothers and sisters from Haiti or Cuba. Madam Speaker, we have repatriated to Cuba, Haiti, Guyana, Dominica, America, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Ecuador, and Brazil. As a matter of fact, we also repatriated to Azerbaijani. Learned that tonight. Azerbaijani. Listen to this. This is a republic country located on the far eastern border of Europe and Western Asia. And that country has 10 million people. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Madam Speaker, it ain't just about one particular group. It's across the board. Madam Speaker, let me indicate, it must be emphasized that repatriation is a costly exercise. The Bahamas government bears the full burden of the cost of returning persons to their homeland once they are intercepted and repatriated. Madam Speaker, I will not necessarily go into this case tonight, but we inherited a challenge from the former administration. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour. You may continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this Davis-led administration, we're not necessarily only doing the work of this government, that is post-2021 when we became the government. We're also doing the very heavy lifting of the former administration. Madam Speaker, when we came into office, we were faced with a Chinese national who was in custody from 2018. 2018. There was only one attempt by the former administration, Madam Speaker, to repatriate this woman to her hometown. I am pleased to report that she has been repatriated, and the officers, immigration and law enforcement, are in tow and they're on their way back home. That woman was in custody for some 5 years. It took this Davis-led administration through the diplomatic channels, through traveling through a number of countries to get that lady out of this country, and also to remove the liability to this government. That is what you call collective responsibility, and that's what you call action. Madam Speaker, in 2022, we were forced to return an African lady and her 3 sons who were found abandoned in Bimini, where she was attempting to smuggle in Florida. Madam Speaker, as I informed you, the overall cost of repatriation for 2022 was some $1,506,077.10. Since my last communication, for this year, for the 1,024 persons repatriated, the government has had to spend some $326,257.91. Madam Speaker, in my previous communication, I advised the public that all applications coming into the Department of Immigration would be subjected to enhanced vetting, and I wish to provide an update on some of the issues we have discovered. Madam Speaker, last month, a Bahamian submitted an application for a work permit. Upon review, it was discovered that the prospective employee was in the custody of the Immigration Department at the Carmichael Road Detention Center. The review of the application also highlighted concerning documentation, namely a medical certificate from a Bahamian medical practitioner in which the physician confirmed that he had examined the individual and found that person to be medically fit. This declaration was of significant concern to us, as the applicant, as I said, was in the custody of the Immigration Department at the time. To give the physician the benefit of the doubt, the visitor logbook at the Carmichael Road Detention Center was reviewed, and there is no record of any physician having visited the center. It was therefore impossible for the physician to have examined this individual as stated in his declaration. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in another recent case, a Bahamian medical practitioner confirmed that he examined an individual and found the person to be medically fit. The problem was this person had been deported several days earlier by the Immigration Department. Madam Speaker, it does not stop there. With respect to lawyers, notary publics, and justices of the peace, the Immigration Department have found multiple cases where persons are certifying documents without taking sufficient steps to verify the identity of the individual or the genuineness of the documents that they certify to be original. Madam Speaker, the matter concerning the medical certificates has been referred to the appropriate body. However, let me issue a warning. It takes a very long time to become a physician or an attorney under the Republic. Making false declarations to the Department of Immigration is a criminal offense. The Department of Immigration is prepared and will prosecute such offense. To any professional providing false information to the Department of Immigration, I warn you to stop. Stop or face prosecution. Our systems are only as strong as each of us Bahamians, doing their respective part in accordance with the law and the truth. Madam Speaker, all of us as Bahamians and state agencies must work together to keep the Bahamas for Bahamians. It was disheartening, Madam Speaker, just last week, a Haitian woman was brought into the Bahamas, and within hours of landing, the woman gave birth to a bouncing baby girl. I will go no further on this case, Madam Speaker, but take note, I will address it further in my later communication, God spare life. Madam Speaker, during my previous statements, I also advised that work permits are issued to an employer for whom the employee must work. Work permit holders are not allowed to freelance and engage in work outside of the Bahamas, outside the employer. Madam Speaker, if a permit is obtained for a gardener, the person must be a gardener for the person whom he employs. Madam Speaker, following the warning in January 2023, the department has increased and intensified its efforts, and we have found, particularly in our operations in Abaco, a number of persons working in Abaco using permits outside of the scope. Madam Speaker, unlike members opposite, who are big on talk and short on action, we have the capacity and we remain committed to implementing all the necessary reforms. This is in stark contrast, Madam Speaker, to the opposition. As, for example, when they would have introduced the Commercial Enterprises Act. This later act that I spoke of, Madam Speaker, the Commercial Enterprises Act, I just want to read several provisions very quickly, Madam Speaker. It talks about persons eligible for asylum, and this is what the opposition wanted to. It says, a person is eligible for asylum if, A, owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for a reason of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group, or political opinion, he is outside his country, not having a nationality and being outside the country, his former habitual residence, he is unable, or owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, membership of a particular social group, or owing to external aggression, occupation, or foreign domination, seriously disturbing public order in either part or in whole of his country. So, Madam Speaker, while this here provides for persons who are eligible, there is no definition of what is a social group. And so you see, Madam Speaker, we have to question the motive of the opposition in terms of calling for a select committee. Madam Speaker, in closing, Madam Speaker, let me say, the Bahamas cannot accept ever-increasing numbers of migrants without a corresponding deterioration in the quality of our life. That is why it is the position of this government that anyone who enters the Bahamas must come and do so lawfully. Otherwise, they will be dealt with according to our laws. Madam Speaker, statistics show increases in the number of migrants intercepted in the past 2 years. Madam Speaker, let me indicate, for any Bahamian who have any information, the department has 2 hotlines, so you can do your part. The numbers are 604-0172 or 604-0196. Contact us. Be part of the answer.
Yes.
This is a time for action. No more time for complacency or select committees. It is time for action. Madam Speaker.
As many? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to find a document here. Deputy, I think it is I would like to think that it was a genuine view of the opposition that a select committee would be an answer to resolving the issues that face us on irregular migration. And they're entitled to have that view. But we think that on our side, we are sufficiently satisfied that the appointment of a select committee to look into these matters again continues to kick the can down the road and would not bring the results that we think that we can do by what we have been doing, as we have demonstrated. I think part of the issue that attended to us and this issue is that the Bahamian people and the Bahamian public was not clear on what government has been doing. They were unaware of, or we have not properly communicated, and we accept that, of the things that we have been doing, and that in fact we do have a national policy framework on immigration. I set some of that out last night. And we invited further comments on it. I will lay, when I'm finished, a copy of the National Policy Framework on Immigration on the table. And we'll invite the members opposite to look at it. And if you have any comments, do send them into the Department of Immigration. And we will look at them, and obviously we'll take them into account. There's nothing wrong with you as the opposition, to engage persons in the community to help form and shape your views, to get their views on these matters. You formulate it, and then you could send it to us. We have done that on a number of occasions when we're in opposition. We get to seek to understand what our people are thinking. We let them know how we are thinking, and then we shape our views from that and put it to the public and to those who would wish to listen and hear. And so we on this side don't see it as a necessary tool at this time. And I don't know whenever we'll see it as a tool, but at this time, as the minister has indicated, the time is for action, not talk.
Yes.
And yes, the the situation in Haiti is informing a lot of this debate. And irregular migration is not just an issue involving Haiti. There is a huge migratory problem from the Latin America-ish area as well that we have to be alerted to. They're finding themselves on the southern borders of the United States, right? And as soon as that is closed off, they'll find their way. The Bahamas, unfortunately, right, spread over 100,000 square miles, right, is the gateway to where everybody wants to go, to North America. And we are in that way, we're in that path. So our best defenses is that which we have been engaging in, shoring up our borders, that's which we have done, intercepting and returning them. So I believe that everyone in this House is aware, to deal specifically with Haiti, that the security situation in Haiti continues to deteriorate. And as misery and fear rise there, the effects are felt here, with more and more Haitians fleeing the instability. From the opening days of our administration, we have worked to build a comprehensive national strategy to manage this crisis, taking a number of diplomatic, legal, and law enforcement steps that together have built a strong foundation for action and change, as I described yesterday in an address to the nation. On the diplomatic front, we have strengthened relationships with regional partners and international friends, because the problem of illegal migration is one that, by definition, crosses borders. And so we must be prepared to work across borders for solutions. As chair of CARICOM, it was my distinct honor to preside over last week's meetings, at which we worked together to lay the groundwork for Haitian-led solutions to strengthen their national police and pave the way for a safe and free elections. I've been in extensive contact with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and we are gratified that Canada will be amplifying their efforts, including with a naval presence off the coast of Haiti. As we take steps at home to strengthen our capacity to protect our borders, we are strengthening our partnerships with neighboring countries like the U.S., Cuba, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and Haiti for enhanced cooperation and intelligence sharing. We will also increase border protection operations with key partners, again, like the U.S. Coast Guard. I've been very clear in our extensive dealings with the United States, the United Nations, and others. However, that the Bahamas is in no position to bear any additional burdens. We are a compassionate people, but we have a great many very serious challenges and limited resources with which to address these challenges. And by the way, I never miss an opportunity to remind our international friends that a very significant portion of our nation's debt comes from the Category 4 and 5 hurricanes of the last decade, hurricanes that arrive with greater frequency and more intensity because of the carbon emissions of other countries. You know, back to the thought, on the legal and law enforcement front, we have worked aggressively and systematically to take the surveillance and other steps necessary to successfully appeal a Supreme Court injunction that stood in the way of action on the shanty towns. Now we're in a position to see real change, finally, on this issue. The police, defense, and immigration officers are working together now on Operation Secure to make sure the laws of our land are enforced. We appreciate the opposition's interest in these issues. If you oppose Operation Secure or any of our efforts to uphold and defend our laws, we believe you have many opportunities to say so. If you have good ideas and solutions to propose, to add to our efforts, those, of course, are most welcome and will be given all due consideration. There's nothing to stop you from proposing, along with all the opposing you like to do. We urge you to stick to the facts at all times. That's all we ask. For example, this fact. Over the course of 1 year, we have repatriated more individuals than any other year in our country's history. And you heard the Minister of Immigration explain the numbers that you spoke to put, as it were, to correct our numbers. In 2023 alone, to date, you heard 1,024 persons have already been repatriated, meaning we are on track to break the record we set last year. Also, you heard only one sloop has landed on an inhabited island in the Bahamas since September 2021. Right? South Andros. Right? Inhabited islands, right? That is undeniable progress, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker. The record makes it clear that we have taken appropriate action. And while we secure our borders, we are also addressing the shantytown issue and repatriating the undocumented migrants already here in record numbers. This is the data, and these are the facts. And no amount of theatrical rhetoric and grandstanding can change them. Deputy Speaker, we are a nation of laws and will continue to enforce those laws responsibly and humanely. It was only a week and a half ago that the Supreme Court lifted the injunction. Immediately following, we launched Operation Secure, a joint security operation between the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Defense Force, and the Department of Immigration to address security and migration-related issues in unregulated and unlawful communities. The operation is focused on identifying irregular migrants, documented migrants, and Bahamians living in these communities and addressing their status in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. Our priority is decisive action based on the laws of our land. Undocumented migrants will continue to be processed and repatriated. Documented migrants living in unregulated communities must relocate at their employer's expense or face repatriation. Any Bahamian found to be living in these communities will be required to relocate. Any landowner or business that is flouting our immigration laws will be held accountable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will be working closely with the business community to ensure that everyone is aware of their legal obligations and that they are held accountable for any illegal activities. There will be no excuses. Any business breaking our laws will face the consequences, including prosecution and potentially losing their business license. As a nation, we must come together to find sustainable solutions. Our government is committed to taking action, and we will not be slowed down by those who seek to politicize this issue. Our priority is the safety and well-being of our citizens. I also want to take a moment to say that everything we do to protect our citizens and our country. But we do not act with malice or hate. To the contrary, as a Christian nation, we must always enforce our laws as humanely as possible in the recognition that all of God's children deserve dignity. And let me add, this is the Minister of Immigration. continually reminds me that we are a Christian nation. But those of us who went to Sunday school remember this little song, and it came to mind recently when after hearing all of the vituperative remarks about this issue. It goes something like, God loves the little children, all the little children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, right? They're all precious in His sight. Jesus loves the children. Right? And that, if that's how we grew up, right, we don't need to concern ourselves of stoking hate, stoking fear. Right? At the end of the day, the law, it will be enforced. Right? Madam Deputy Speaker, we are taking decisive and comprehensive action to address the issue of irregular migrants and shanty towns. The Bahamian people will see for themselves that we are working to protect our communities and our country. Everyone who's prepared to stand together to protect the sovereignty and security of our great nation is invited to do so. Let us have a minimum of theatrics and a maximum of cooperation. The Bahamian people could depend on me. They could depend on me to stand for them in protecting their sovereignty and their security as a great nation in face of many that will suggest that I should do things that I don't think is in the best interest of the Bahamian people. I will stand for them. And the Deputy Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we, the government of the Bahamas, does have a national policy framework on this issue. I beg now leave to lay it on the table of the House. And again, as I said earlier, I invite the members opposite to review, make suggestions, send it in, have it critiqued by their whoever they wish to form. Yeah, they can send WhatsApp messages as well.
All right. Order that the documents be brought up.
And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is.
Order that the documents to lie on the table.
It is our view that it is an unnecessary tool to engage in at this time. It'll only distract members of my team from the parliamentary business that we're engaged in at this time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I wish to say to the members of the Marco City community how much I am grateful for this opportunity that you've given me to be in this place and the honor to lend my voice to the causes that affect your lives and the lives of your children. I also wish to thank my colleagues for an outstanding job in laying out the case that we continue to be committed to being helpful to this administration in much the same way we were when the deputy leader and myself, benefiting from the advice of our colleagues, attended a press briefing by police officers at the office of the Prime Minister to learn about the patterns of violent crimes in the Bahamas and the role that gangs are playing in that regard. We went expecting a conclave. It was a briefing, and we were most appreciative for the information, but saddened by the misrepresentation of what that meeting was. Again, we have sought to, over the last year, to be very helpful in the way in which we engaged with this administration on a variety of issues. So we didn't come in with the traditional tribalism. We came in acknowledging that we didn't get everything right. We got some things flatly wrong. But consistently, certainly our hearts were in the right place. And we were pleased to hear from some of the members opposite that at times when they missed the mark, they acknowledge that they have feet of clay also. Mr. Deputy, we came into this discussion not with any ulterior motives, or as the member for Carmichael would have some believe, some conspiracy theory that he hatched as to what motivates us. What motivates us is having been born in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, grew to love the place where God planted us, and recognized early what our mission in life was, and sought in different ways, including being elected to the Parliament of the Bahamas, to discharge that responsibility to empower the Bahamian people. We did not appeal to fear that people often have when others from other distant lands come to the land of our birth to realize their dreams. We called it for what it was, that we are competing in a global community, and there are some who come the right way and who are advantaged, and some Bahamians feel that they have been disadvantaged. And those of us on this side, and no doubt a number of you, have stood on behalf of Bahamians who felt disenfranchised. I raised earlier that relationship managers in financial services company, when I used to do training on a regular basis for financial services company, I heard from workers on an ongoing basis how they were marginalized, and there was a presumption among some CEOs of offshore banks that they could not effectively discharge their responsibility as relationship managers. We've proven that wrong, or proven them wrong over the years. We are as good as anyone else, anywhere else. And so Bahamians have gone through a maturation process, and there is a feeling, and there's a view that we should have first dibs on everything in our country, but we are not so insular that we don't appreciate the value of people coming from other jurisdictions who would cast their lot with us to build a country that could be a model for other countries. The issue is, can we define the right parameters within which they come and define how, in general terms, they can contribute to this national development project that we are engaged in? And I believe there are sufficient of us who are right-minded that realize a couple of things. One, if a Grand Bahama, for example, is going to succeed and small and medium-sized businesses are going to excel, we need a greater critical mass of people. A city designed for, in the case of Freeport alone, 250,000 persons with less than 60,000 on the island, there is a need for critical mass. We're not going to reach that critical mass right now on the basis of live births by Bahamians. It is in our interest to attract some Bahamians from other islands, to invite persons to come in on the terms we define. So we are aware that this is a very complex issue. Many of us have historically not made a distinction between those from Turks and Caicos Island and the Bahamas. We often see ourselves as absolutely one people. The Parliament has had any number of national leaders who have descended from Turks and Caicos Island, and in this parliament, persons who have descended from Haiti and elsewhere. So we appreciate that the Bahamas has become a melting pot, that the truth is we are interconnected in many ways. But what is also true is that we have limited resources, and the more difficult it is economically for Bahamians or any other nationality in different countries, the more strident that population is in trying to protect what they believe is the piece of the pie that they have access to. And in the Bahamas case, during this period, there are persons who feel locked out, disenfranchised, marginalized, and so they are susceptible to messages from persons who will seek to convince them that they would be doing far better if folks from other countries were not here. We know that that is not a credible argument. But what is true is the fear and anxiety experienced by Bahamians, it's real. And Bahamians, particularly the most vulnerable, have enough examples of where people who they trust, policymakers, sometimes business leaders and others, that where they see that their interests as vulnerable Bahamians are not being served, it is easy for someone to convince them that we are not acting in their best interest. And so today, we thought it would be a wonderful thing for us to hit the reset button, change the conversation to a serious conversation about how we can collaborate with each other to address the challenges that our people face, and to let them know that this need not be a shrinking economic pie where we are at each other's throat, figuratively and literally, for our share, but we will work in tandem with each other to grow the economic pie so there are greater opportunities for all Bahamians and others who wish to cast their lot with us here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we know, contrary to what has been asserted by the Prime Minister, a select committee could never be a distraction or reasonably be perceived by insightful people as kicking the can down the road, because the Prime Minister would have the ability with his cabinet to do the work he is doing now alongside more talented Bahamians being engaged in a select committee addressing the same issues simultaneously that would inform the policies he's working on, that would add value to the efforts that he and his team are making. But this is not an administration that's really committed to that level of consultation and engagement with other stakeholders. In fact, we've had a number of examples, whether it's in the insurance industry, whether it's persons in the pharmaceutical field, whether it is with retailers and wholesalers, whether it's with many of the persons who are right now stakeholders in this fight against crime. There is a need for greater consultation. We thought this would have been a contribution to that effort of a national development plan, an effort for us to put our shoulders to the wheel together, to bond, as former Prime Minister Ingram used to like to say, bond this baby together. But sadly, we descended very quickly into a very partisan discussion. And so let me say that my remarks is a marked departure from how I began this call for a select committee. So first of all, despite the arrogance of members opposite, and obviously policymakers seem not to learn from their predecessors, because the truth is arrogance contributed to our loss as it did to the PLP before we won, and before it seems to be an affliction that policymakers get. Once we get in the chair, something happens to us. I had asked my brother Crazy Thompson about that scripture. There was, I think it was Proverbs 16 and 18 that talks about, pride goeth before destruction and a haughty spirit. And that's what I've been hearing a lot of haughtiness. None of us have a monopoly on good ideas. All of us have the ability to contribute. And all of us, by the way, contrary to the jobs, all of us could read, and we read fairly well. This is why I'm precisely concerned why the side opposite continues to mention that they only had one landing And then it continues to change. One landing on an inhabited island is the amendment by a new speaker, as if all the other islands are absolutely irrelevant or not in close proximity to inhabited islands. But the truth is, we found that there seemed to have been more than one landing, more than one case where persons came ashore. And so maybe we are missing something, and the side opposite in a future discussion could correct us, but we found something on January 25th, 2023 in Andres. I think it was Driggs Hill. And then I think there was another mention here by members opposite on the 4th of January in Eleuthera, carried on eyewitness site. And then, of course, the 22nd of November on Key Sal. So I'm just saying, if you're going to beat the other side relentlessly with unnecessary jabs, at least be completely accurate. But I understand. It may be, again, our sources may be wrong, or it could very well be that in your attempt to exaggerate the extent of the work that you are accomplishing, you just narrowed it down to one. In much the same way that this administration, should we really be today arguing about who repatriated the most? Isn't it ironic? We talk about our love for the offspring of Dessalines and Toussaint Louverture, or the Negritude poets, some of whom hail from Port-au-Prince or Cape Haitian, or lived in Petroville, or some of the Haitian artists. And then, there's this rush that we've done the largest repatriation, as if that is to allay the fears and concerns of Bahamians who don't believe you are doing sufficient. And worse, you may actually be inaccurate in your claims. I shared some figures earlier that was rebutted with a lecture on what is a calendar year. Calendar year, I figure, is January to December. But I went to public school like a few of you on that other side. So maybe you may think I missed something, but public school produced some wonderful students. I wasn't the brightest, but let me just read something from this wonderful book, which I commend to all of you. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Hubert A. Ingram in his own words. On page 912, it says, repatriation of illegal Haitian immigrants continued unabated, also under the terms of the accord. Again, this is under the 1995 Haiti Accord. During 1995, for instance, more than 5,000 Haitian nationals were repatriated to Haiti. I think that exceeds 4,748. Okay. And then Haitian nationals were repatriated to Haiti. More than 4,800 in 2000. That exceeds 4,748. Over 6,000 in 2001. And I'm told that more than 5,000 in 2002. We take no great pride in calling off these numbers. It's our brothers and sisters who have braved treacherous waters, substandard vessels, looking for a better way. But since we are in the business of attempting to count what efforts you would have made, clearly your figures were wrong. And it's amazing, no amount of bombing on the desk relentlessly will confirm a point that is false. Nevertheless, you are relentless. The members of the government are relentless in this regard. I note, and this is an aside, but forgive me, Mr. Deputy, this administration seemed to despise the creative community, despite the fact that there's so many talented persons on that side who themselves have some skills. One of the ways I see it consistently is their attempt, when you're looking for insults, bear in mind you have some stakeholders out there who you talk to from at different times. So when you believe issuing a label of an actor or comedian or talking about theatrics, just know that there's a whole community out there, I wish to say, that here is a group of leaders who despise you, who don't believe that you could be about serious business because at some point in your development, you happen to have been on a stage. You happen to have a gift of writing. This
administration. So when you see a failure to empower persons in the orange economy, which they have the ability to do, just know what motivates them. Just know what motivates them.
The chair recognizes the honorable
the creative community.
Marco City. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and
The member
Bimini.
from Marco City knows exactly how wrong he is. The members of this side celebrate the gifted Bahamians of our country, the orange economy. We've made it a part of our platform, and we continue to pursue and to lift all actors, comedians, dancers, singers, the whole gamut. I think the problem is when members refer to you, they talk about theatrics in the House, and they are simply making a point, that in this place there's no acting. This is the real game. And you are supposed, this is the real game. This is the real game. This is the real performance of a member of parliament we expect, a debate we expect, not someone just putting on a show.
Your Prime Minister always
Not someone just putting on a show.
Stop digging.
No, let's put on the show.
As the Prime Minister loves to say, smart cat island man, whenever you are in a hole, stop digging. And so I commend the words. I commend the words of the Prime Minister to the member, to West End and Bimini. When you are in a hole, stop digging, my brother. Stop digging. You use the terms that, imagine if a lawyer, that term was a pejorative, that you use it, but no. You find other vocations. I won't personalize it, but we have at least one member who is related to possibly the most incredible poet and writer in this hemisphere. And so I listen to you with all of the pejoratives that you tend to use to label members of the creative community. It's a shame, and you ought to be more mature. Mr. Deputy, the member for Carmichael, who again recited a poem the other day. I was so pleased to see him in touch with that side of his person. But it was wonderful to hear him then, but today it was very disappointing. And it was intellectually disingenuous when he talked about the Nationality and Asylum and Identification Bill. He talked about a bill almost in the terms as if it had been passed in cabinet and laid in the House of Assembly, which is quite incredible. So I want to say to members of the public, no, you didn't have to say it. The inference was clear. The insinuation was clear. The telegraphing of the message was clear. So he sought to mislead this public that we were in the process of releasing this bill on the Bahamian people in an election year when the bill never passed in cabinet and was never laid in the House of Assembly. So you were seeking to paint a picture that was false. That was false. How many drafts did you leave? I'm advised that when you were in government prior to that, including in the ministry he was, there were boxes of applications that was there as well. I believe every administration leaves a series of boxes of information, and so did you. So don't mislead the public. So let me say clearly, there was no bill that was approved in cabinet that did what the member for Carmichael said, and no member on his team is able to defend it, nor was such a bill laid here in the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It is untrue. And I stand by my statement. Bahamian men and women, single or married, should be in a position to pass on citizenship to their children. And I agree. We must carefully evaluate the various pathways to citizenship and have a mature conversation with this public. To your credit, West End and Bimini, when you were looking at the marital rape issue, you did that was one thing. I had to applaud you for the fact that you were able to workshop one matter that's being considered. Now, obviously, you all are unable to find the finish line to the left or to the right with it, but the bottom line is, at a minimum, you presented it to the public and you had a discussion. There are so many pressing issues, like the immigration issue, that this administration is not inclined to have a mature conversation with the public on. Instead, under the guise of work rather than talk, they would rather implement and pray to God that they get results. But the reality is, for all your talk about the incredible work that you're doing, the shine is off. The honeymoon is over. And the PR machinery is not as effective as it was in the early days of this administration. Mr. Deputy, the Davis administration did not account to this Parliament for any number of matters. So there is no amount of attempting to spin that this is a transparent administration is going to work. I found it interesting in our last sitting, the Prime Minister made the point when he asked us about the COVID spending. Right? Ask about the COVID spending. I said, but you're in the chair now. Why have you missed the deadline for the COVID spending? Think about this for a moment. And we have some senior ministers on that side on the front bench. A sitting prime minister says, the reason I have not reported yet is because we cannot find the figures. Really? See, it would have been a little bit more credible had the Prime Minister made the point that there are some categories of funds that they are searching for or having challenges with. But you're telling me that hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent and you can't find any of the funds? So it has evaporated out of the Treasury? It is not a credible argument. So serious people locally and internationally are listening to a sitting Minister of Finance who is saying he is in no position to identify funds spent during COVID, which he is expected to give an account of. So I'm raising this issue to make this point. We came here to discuss the serious challenges facing immigration. Instead, you all, the members of the Progressive Liberal Party, did a historical retrospective on independence, on the various institutions founded while the PLP was in power, with a number of persons from, obviously from the FNM as well as other stakeholders, without talking about the burning issues that people are angry about. And one of the things they're angry about is our failure to tackle the issue of land reform. How do you explain? How do you explain? You've been in government now, and as for some of you, you've been in government, I mean, this is the only career you know, right? But you've been in government for quite some time. And you're now back in government. It isn't as if things have dramatically changed, because we know the geographical areas where you still have government land, crown land, that is being occupied by Bahamians as well as the migrant community that has not been addressed. While other Bahamians are struggling to get a lease agreement or to get a crown grant. So I'm saying if we can't own we can't own together the fact that we have missed some past opportunities, then I'm saying you are in the chair. What hinders you, with all of the brilliant ideas and projecting the image that you have a monopoly on good ideas, how is it that you have not been able to address the issue of so many Bahamians who are unable to access land, but yet others are occupying it and paying nothing? And so again, the concern that we have is that when I talked earlier about more of the same, the member for Freetown sought to take that in a completely different direction, but I believe members of the public clearly understood. They understood, despite the best efforts, we have fallen short. And in this case, you in the chair, you have fallen short, despite all your talk about being ready on day one and in the first 100 days and the first 365 days. Fallen short in addressing this issue of immigration. In fact, you sought to identify so much with the migrant community that when people start calling you out of your name, you got offended. Well, why would you be offended?
If at some point you link yourself to say, I am you, then it's not offensive for people to say you are them. And so we ought to be careful with the rhetoric and the games we play with people's lives. The reality is, we ought to love our brothers and sisters no matter what country they come from, but the Bahamian people must also see that you are prepared to discharge your responsibility in a responsible way. And so even when people disagree with you, you have no right to take women and throw them on the ground and lock them up and keep them for 48 hours simply because they are expressing a different point of view that you have and a different point of view that I have. And so, again, here I've said before that this is a very undemocratic administration. A very undemocratic administration. And you have to be very careful of the image that you are projecting of who we are as a people, because what you demonstrate oftentimes, it's not us. It's not us. It's not us. And just for the record, in case you're all going to keep raising this, I'm going to keep raising this. When we were on that side, I used to sit right next to where the member for Elizabeth is sitting. Yeah, then I move a couple of times. But the bottom line is, I always answered the questions. Always. Always answer the question. And I was not alone. I was not alone. And so when I listen to members opposite, when I listen to members opposite in their mischaracterization, the reality is several of you were in cabinet before. And some decisions were made where you held your nose, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt you held your tongue as well, because you didn't say anything. Right? Took what responsibility? No, you're perfect. You are the paragon of virtue. You have been the paragon of virtue. And so my point is, you're wanting us to be quiet because we sat in government and things were not perfect, will not happen. We intend to hold you accountable. And so we are disappointed that this administration believes that it has a monopoly on good ideas. And so we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to hold you accountable for how you manage the Department of Immigration. We will hold you accountable for the way in which you ensure that the cashless system continues to work. We are going to hold you accountable. We're going to hold you accountable for auditing the work permits. And, of course, to making sure that employers live up to their responsibility and persons who are providing housing also live up to their responsibility. We are going to hold you responsible. It's important, Mr. Deputy, that we have a mature approach to what is a complex issue. It would be important for us as a government to be able to say what the level of remittances are going from the Bahamas to various countries where migrants reside in the Bahamas. We know that remittances have an impact, a positive economic impact on the country of origin. We know that in some countries, funds sent back to the country of origin exceeds foreign aid that actually goes to some of the countries, exceed receipts from tourism. So we know that the Bahamas is on many levels contributing to the development of various countries just through what is remitted by their nationals to their country. It's useful for us to know what those figures are, to understand our economic impact on other jurisdictions and their development. It makes a difference when we begin to engage colleagues, multilateral organizations internationally, and we begin to talk about what our contribution is to our neighboring countries and countries far flung that some of our migrants, some of our brothers and sisters come from. And so we believe that all of these matters ought to be discussed in details. It is our hope that in the same way the member for Angliston and Minister of Education has entered into
arrangements with the Policy and Planning Division at UB, that we might look at the migration issue so that the policies we come up with can truly have the effect that we desire. And so we should be commissioning studies on any number of the issues I raised in my opening remarks. And I believe that the template being used by the member for Angliston would be a wonderful template to engage Bahamian scholars and others so that we are in a position to gather the required information to make evidence-based decisions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I wrap up my remarks for this discussion, I wish to go back to a couple of things raised during the course of this debate. One of them, Mr. Deputy, relates to the Prime Minister's presentation last evening. We thought that the Prime Minister would outline this comprehensive plan that he had in mind. Unfortunately, the presentation fell short of that. But let me say this. I heard the member for Carmichael make the point that the way in which we tackle the fundamental crisis we face with illegal migration in general, illegal migration of our brothers and sisters from Haiti in particular, is to first solve, along with the international community, the crisis that is in Haiti. And again, it is a misguided perspective. We ought to be working on parallel tracks, that while we collaborate, that while we, well, let me help you out then. The member clearly gave the impression that a disproportionate amount of our energy and time and resources should be spent trying to solve the domestic matters of Haiti, rather than us working on a parallel track to tackle the issues here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Tell us the housing plan that will take care of persons who are going to be displaced. And so I gave you 3 different ways it could be rephrased. You must be able to work with one of them. And so my point is, we ought to be able to work on parallel tracks to address this issue. And so I want to just say to the Bahamian people, we are committed to working on your behalf and in conjunction with you, because we have confidence that 39 in this House cannot be consistently right on behalf of 400,000 plus. We have enough respect for you, which is precisely why our team intends to travel throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, holding town meetings with residents to hear their concerns, to lay out our recommendations as it relates to the immigration issue, as it relates to the crime issue. And we believe this is what a caring, sensitive government ought to be doing, to get ideas from the public, to incorporate those ideas in their policy planning. But instead, these folks who have knocked on your door relentlessly, chase you down the street to ask you for the support, feel that they can discharge their responsibility from the perchy loft where you have placed them. And despite our best efforts to collaborate with them, they demonstrate an unwillingness to do so. And so with those words, Mr. Deputy, with those words, I leave you with this. Far too many lives are being lost of persons who are traveling from other countries seeking to come to the Bahamas for a better way of life. Far too many Bahamians are anxiety-stricken. They are hurting because they do not believe that those who they have invested their trust in politically are doing sufficient to address their concerns. Members opposite, we gave them an opportunity to hit the reset button, to work in tandem with members of the opposition to tackle problems that we believe, Mr. Deputy, are bigger than any one administration. But what they said to us today is we got this. We don't really need y'all. And when they say y'all, they really mean they don't need the people of the Bahamas, many of whom are much smarter than all of us, who are waiting to be engaged in solving the big problems that we have not yet been able to wrestle. These same Bahamians who want to be heard, who want to be engaged, the Progressive Liberal Party has said to them, we got this. And what is clear on our streets, what's clear at our borders, what's clear in our homes is they don't have it, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is defeated.
Could we have a division, Mr. Deputy? Could we have a division? Yes, let's have a division on it.
The motion is defeated.
Could we go one by one? We want to see who they are, Mr. Deputy.
Further appointments of select committees. Oh. The member of Marco City has requested a division of the House. Please listen carefully.
Absent. Michael Bonamy. Nay. Mario Boleg.
Order, members. Members.
Nay. Shannon Dawn Cartwright. Jobat Colby Davis. Chester Cooper.
Chester Cooper.
Kirk Cornish.
Absent. Kirk Cornish.
Michael Darville. Michael Darville. Philip Davis. Absent.
Who? What's her name? Mr.
Adrian
Ford?
Gibson.
I ain't do the Bahamian people like that.
Pierre Glover Roll. Glennis Anna Martin. Miles LaRota. Aram Lewis. Leonardo Lightburn.
Leonardo Lightburn.
Zane Lightburn. Leon Lundy. Leroy Major. Basil McIntosh. Frederick Mitchell, absent.
Absent.
Vaughn Miller,
Absent.
absent. Leslie Miller Bryce,
Absent.
Hubert Minnis,
Absent.
Ginger Moxie,
Ginger Moxie.
Wayne Monroe, Sylvanus Petty, you can't vote. Yeah. John Pinder, I can tell you. Michael Pintard. Yes. Lisa Ramming.
Absent.
Marcus Rule. Alfred Sayers. Jamal Strawn. Clay Sweeting. Kwesi Thompson. Wade Watson. Adrian White.
Yes.
Obi Wilchcombe. He's presiding, yeah.
How much?
The yeas, the absence. You gotta have one.
Honorable members, yeas 5, nays 22, absent 10. The bill is defeated. The motion is defeated. Further appointment of select committees. Instruction of select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
We do notices.
John.
Yes,
Sina-
we have notice for further questions, Mr. Deputy. He's doing it.
Are they written now?
The chair recognizes an honorable member for Marco City.
No, they have to be written on a piece of paper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Notice of questions. Some of these, Mr. Deputy, we also raised in the Public Accounts Committee. 1, will the government and Prime Minister Davis provide the following documents from the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank? 1, the MOU for the SDRs, $232 million, the amount drawn down on, and the purpose for which the amounts were used. 2, will the Honorable Minister provide the breakdown of the $150 million in arrears at BPL? 3, will the Honorable Minister provide the record of the bidding process to select the driving certification company with the Ministry of Transport and secure the contract and or MOU that was signed with such company? 4, will the government provide all expenses, receipts, and donations toward the trip to Bermuda that was made by Prime Minister Davis and delegation to attend the convention of the Progressive Labor Party? 5, will the government provide, sorry? Progressive. No, Labor Party, yeah. Will the government provide the record of payments that were made to the following persons: former Cabinet Minister Shane Gibson, Clayton Fernanda, Lamont Delaveau, and Simon Wilson? 6, will the government provide a travel cost for each ministry and the government corporation from September 16, 2021? Will the government provide the records of all funds owed to all government corporations by FTX or any of its subsidiaries? And will the Honorable Minister provide the records, this is number 8, will the Honorable Minister provide the records of all loan arrangements in which housing or the mortgage corporation was involved? 9, will the government or Honorable Minister provide the extent of the government exposure as a result of the re-engagement of retired permanent secretaries and other senior civil servants? 10, will the government or Honorable Minister provide a statement of all increases in responsibility allowance across the public service? And finally, will the government provide a list of all lease arrangements entered into by the various agencies since September 16, 2021?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the notice be brought up.
I mean, each of the ministers? Yeah. So I'll sign all of them for you, and I'll put the ministers as well. Jack. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Order that the notices be to lie on the table. Sorry. Further notices?
Of the government. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Notice of future meetings.
Mr. Deputy, I wish to move to the
adjournment.
Mr. Deputy, I wish to move the adjournment to Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House and its rising do adjourn till the 22nd of February at 10 a.m. 2023. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House do adjourn till the 22nd of February at 10 a.m. 2023. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until the 22nd of February, 10 a.m. 2023.
All right.